Selected works of Mao Zedong. A Study of Physical Education. April 1917. Extracted from an essay published in April 1917, in HSIN Qingnian. Our nation is wanting in strength. The military spirit has not been encouraged, the physical condition of the population deteriorates daily. This is an extremely disturbing phenomenon. The promoters of physical education have not grasped the essence of the problem, and therefore, their efforts, though prolonged, have not been effective. If this state continues, our weakness will increase further. To attain our goals and to make our influence felt are external matters, results. The development of our physical strength is an internal matter, a cause. If our bodies are not strong, we will be afraid as soon as we see enemy soldiers, and then how can we attain our goals and make ourselves respected? Strength depends on drill, and drill depends on self-awareness. The advocates of physical education have not failed to devise various methods. If their efforts have nevertheless remained fruitless, it is because external forces are insufficient to move the heart. If we wish to make physical education effective, we must influence people's subjective attitudes and stimulate them to become conscious of physical education. If one becomes conscious of the problem, a program for physical education will come easily, and we will attain our goals and make our influence felt as a matter of course. 1. An explanation of physical education. Physical education helps to maintain life. East and West differ in their interpretations of it. Chuang-Tzu followed the example of the cook, Confucius drew on the lesson of the archer and the charioteer. In Germany, physical education has gained the greatest popularity. Fencing has spread all over the country. Japan has Bushido. Moreover, recently, following the traditions of our country, Judo has developed there to an admirable degree. When we examine these examples, we see that they all begin with the study of physiology. 2. The place of physical education in our life. Physical education complements education in virtue and knowledge. Moreover, both virtue and knowledge reside in the body. Without the body there would be neither virtue nor knowledge. Those who understand this are rare. People stress either knowledge or morality. Knowledge is certainly valuable, for it distinguishes man from animals. But wherein is knowledge contained? Morality, too, is valuable, it is the basis of the social order and of equality between ourselves and others. But where does virtue reside? It is the body that contains knowledge and houses virtue. It contains knowledge like a chariot and houses morality like a chamber. The body is the chariot that contains knowledge, the chamber that houses virtue. Children enter primary school when they reach the proper age. In primary school, particular attention should be paid to the development of the body, progress in knowledge and moral training are of secondary importance. Nourishment and care should be primary, teaching and discipline complementary. At present, most people do not know this, and the result is that children become ill, or even die young, because of studying. In middle and higher schools, stress should be placed equally on all three aspects of education. At present, most people overemphasize knowledge. During the years of middle school, the development of the body is not yet completed. Since today the factors favoring physical development are few, and those deterring it numerous, won't physical development tend to cease? In the educational system of our country, required courses are as thick as the hairs on a cow. Even an adult with a tough, strong body could not stand it, let alone those who have not reached adulthood, or those who are weak. Speculating on the intentions of the educators, one is led to wonder whether they did not design such an unwieldy curriculum in order to exhaust the students, to trample on their bodies and ruin their lives. How stupid! The only calamity that can befall a man is not to have a body. What else is there to worry about? If one seeks to improve one's body, other things will follow automatically. For the improvement of the body, nothing is more effective than physical education. Physical education really occupies the first place in our lives. When the body is strong, then one can advance speedily in knowledge and morality, and reap far-reaching advantages. It should be regarded as an important part of our study. Learning has its essential and its accessory parts, and affairs have their end and their beginning. To know what is first and what is last will bring one closer to the proper way. From the Great Learning, one of the 4 Confucian classics. This is exactly what I intend to say. 3 previous abuses of physical education and my method for remedying them. The 3 forms of education are equally important. Students hitherto have paid much attention to moral and intellectual education but have neglected physical education. The unfortunate consequence has been that they bend their backs and bow their heads. They have white and slender hands. From 19 Old Poems, a famous collection of poems of the Han Dynasty. When they climb a hill they are short of breath, and when they walk in water they get cramps in their feet. That is why Yen Zhe had a short life, and Chia I died young. As for Wang Po and Lu Chaolin, the one died young, and the other became a paralytic. All these were men of high attainments in morality and knowledge. But there comes a day when the body cannot be preserved. And then morality and wisdom are destroyed along with it. Only the men of the north are able to lie under arms and meet death without regret. From the Doctrine of the Mean, one of the Confucian classics. In the regions of Yan and Chao there were many heroes and martyrs, and warriors often came from Liang Chao. At the beginning of the Qing dynasty, Yan Shichai and Li Kangchu practiced both the literary and military arts. Yan Shichai traveled over 1,000 li, about 0.5 kilometers, to the north of the Great Wall to learn the art of fencing. He contended with brave soldiers and won. Hence he said, if one lacks either the literary or the military arts, is this the true way? As far as we, students are concerned, the installation of a school and the instruction given by its teachers are only the external and objective aspect. We also have the internal, the subjective aspect. When one's decision is made in his heart, then all parts of the body obey its orders. Fortune and misfortune are of our own seeking. I wish to be virtuous, and lo, virtue is at hand. From the Confucian Analects. How much more this is true of physical education. If we do not have the will to act, then even though the exterior and the objective are perfect, they still cannot benefit us. Hence, when we speak of physical education, we should begin with individual initiative. For the utility of physical education. Because man is an animal, movement is most important for him. And because he is a rational animal, his movements must have a reason. But why is movement deserving of esteem? Why is rational movement deserving of esteem? To say that movement helps in earning a living is trivial. To say that movement protects the nation is lofty. Yet neither is the basic reason. The object of movement is simply to preserve our life and gladden our hearts. Chu Shi stresses respect, and Lu Chuyuan stresses tranquility. Tranquility is tranquil, and respect is not action, it is merely tranquil. Lao Tzu said that immobility was the ultimate goal. The Buddha sought quiet and methods of contemplation. The art of contemplation is esteemed by the disciples of Chu and Lu. Recently there have been those who, following these masters, have spoken of methods of contemplation, boasted about the effectiveness of their methods, and expressed contempt for those who exercise, thereby ruining their own bodies. This is perhaps one way, but I would not venture to imitate it. In my humble opinion, there is only movement in heaven and on earth. One often hears it said that the mind and the body cannot both be perfect at the same time, that those who use their minds are deficient in physical health and those with a robust body are generally deficient in mental capacities. This kind of talk is also absurd and applies only to those who are weak in will and feeble in action, which is generally not the case of superior men. Confucius died at the age of 72, and I have not heard that his body was not healthy. The Buddha traveled continually, preaching his doctrine, and he died at an old age. Jesus had the misfortune to die unjustly. As for Mohammed, he subjugated the world holding the Quran in his left hand and a sword in his right. All these men were called sages and are among the greatest thinkers. Physical education not only strengthens the body but also enhances our knowledge. There is a saying, civilize the mind and make savage the body. This is an apt saying. In order to civilize the mind, one must first make savage the body. If the body is made savage, then the civilized mind will follow. Knowledge consists in knowing the things in the world, and in discerning their laws. In this matter we must rely on our body, because direct observation depends on the ears and eyes, and reflection depends on the brain. The ears and eyes, as well as the brain, may be considered parts of the body. When the body is perfect, then knowledge is also perfect. Hence one can say that knowledge is acquired indirectly through physical education. Physical strength is required to undertake the study of the numerous modern sciences, whether in school or through independent study. He who is equal to this is the man with a strong body, he who is not equal to it is the man with a weak body. The division between the strong and the weak determines the area of responsibilities each can assume. Physical education not only enhances knowledge, it also harmonizes the sentiments. The power of the sentiments is extremely great. The ancients endeavored to discipline them with reason. Hence they asked, is the master, i.e. reason, always alert? They also said, one should discipline the heart with reason. But reason proceeds from the heart, and the heart resides in the body. We often observe that the weak are enslaved by their sentiments and are incapable of mastering them. Those whose senses are imperfect or whose limbs are defective are often enslaved by excessive passion, and reason is incapable of saving them. Hence it may be called an invariable law that when the body is perfect and healthy, the sentiments are also correct. Physical education not only harmonizes the emotions, it also strengthens the will. The great utility of physical education lies precisely in this. The principal aim of physical education is military heroism. Such objects of military heroism as courage, dauntlessness, audacity, and perseverance are all matters of will. Let me explain this with an example. To wash our feet in ice water makes us acquire courage and dauntlessness, as well as audacity. In general, any form of exercise, if pursued continuously, will help to train us in perseverance. Long-distance running is particularly good training in perseverance. My strength uprooted mountains. My energy dominated the world, from a poem attributed to Shang Yu. This is courage. If I don't behead the Lulan, I swear I will not return. This is dauntlessness. To replace the family with the nation, this is audacity. Yu was away from his home for 8 years, and though he thrice passed the door of it, he did not enter. Reference to Mencius. This is perseverance. All these can be accomplished merely on the basis of daily physical education. The will is the antecedent of a man's career. Those whose bodies are small and frail are flippant in their behavior. Those whose skin is flabby are soft and dull in will. Thus does the body influence the mind. The purpose of physical education is to strengthen the muscles and the bones. As a result, knowledge is enhanced, the sentiments are harmonized, and the will is strengthened. The muscles and the bones belong to our body, knowledge, sentiments, and will belong to our heart. When both the body and the heart are at ease, one may speak of perfect harmony. Hence, physical education is nothing else but the nourishing of our lives and the gladdening of our hearts. 5. The reasons for disliking exercise. Exercise is the most important part of physical education. Nowadays students generally dislike exercise. There are 4 reasons for this. 1. They do not have self-awareness. If a thing is to be put into practice, one must first take pleasure in it. One must understand in detail the whys and the wherefores. To know in detail the whys and the wherefores is self-awareness. People generally do not know the interrelation between exercise and themselves, or they may know it in general terms but not intimately. 2. They cannot change their long-established habits. Our country has always stressed literary accomplishment. People blush to wear short clothes. The mode of dress of the swordsman of King Wen of Chao, according to a chapter of the Taoist classic Chuang-Tzu. Hence there is the common saying, a good man does not become a soldier. 3. Exercise has not been propagated forcefully. 4. students feel that exercise is shameful. According to my humble observation, this is really their major reason for disliking exercise. Flowing garments, a slow gait, a grave, calm gaze, these constitute a fine deportment, respected by society. Why should one suddenly extend an arm or expose a leg, stretch, and bend down? Is this not strange? Hence there are those who know well that their body needs exercise and, moreover, wish very much to do so, but they cannot. There are those who can exercise only with a group, not by themselves, and those who can exercise in privacy but not in public. In short, all this is due to feelings of shame. All four of these are reasons for disliking exercise. The first and the fourth are subjective, and changing them depends on ourselves. The second and third are objective, and changing them depends on others. What the superior man seeks is in himself analects, that which depends on others is of lesser importance. 6. The methods of exercise should be few. Sen Wenchen washed his feet before going to bed and walked 1,000 steps after meals, benefiting greatly from this method. There was an 80-year-old man who was still unhealthy. On being asked how he maintained his health, he replied, "I don't eat hearty meals, that's all." Nowadays the methods of exercise are very diverse, more than I can count. But although there may be several score or even several hundred, a branch in the forest is sufficient for the bird to lodge in, and if it drinks at the river it does not drink more than what its stomach can hold. From Chuangzi we have only this body and only these senses, bones, viscera, and veins. Even though there are several hundred methods of exercise, all of them are aimed at improving the circulation of the blood. If one method can accomplish this, the result of 100 methods is the same as that of one. Therefore the other 99 methods can be dispensed with. Our eyes can see only one thing at a time, our ears can hear only one sound at a time. From Sun Tzu, a Confucian realist. To employ 100 different methods to train the muscles and the bones only disturbs them. 7. The points to which we must pay attention when we exercise. We should have perseverance in all things. Exercise is no exception. Suppose there are two men who exercise. One practices and then stops, the other is unremitting in his practice. There will certainly be a difference in the results. First of all, perseverance in exercise creates interest. In general, that which is at rest cannot set itself in motion, there must be something to move it. And this something can only be interest. Interest arises from unremitting daily exercise. The best way is to exercise twice a day on getting up and before going to bed in the nude. The next best way is to wear light clothes. Too much clothing impedes movement. If one does this daily, the idea of exercise is continually present and never interrupted. Today's exercise is a continuation of yesterday's exercise and thus leads to tomorrow's exercise. The individual exercise periods need not be long, 30 minutes are sufficient. In this way, a certain interest will naturally arise. Secondly, perseverance in exercise can create pleasure. Exercise over a long time can produce great results and give rise to a feeling of personal value. As a result, we will be able to study with joy, and every day will see some progress in our virtue. Our heart is filled with boundless joy because we have persevered and obtained a result. Pleasure and interest are distinct. Interest is the origin of exercise, and pleasure its consequence. Interest arises from the action, and pleasure from the result. The two are naturally different. Perseverance without concentration of mind can hardly produce results. If we look at flowers from a galloping horse, even though we may look daily, it is like not having seen them at all. If one person's heart follows a swan in the sky, he cannot compete with the person who has meanwhile been studying carefully. Hence one should concentrate all one's effort on exercise. During exercise, the mind should be on the exercise. Idle and confused thoughts should all be put aside. The superior man's deportment is cultivated and agreeable, but one cannot say this about exercise. Exercise should be savage and rude. To be able to leap on horseback and to shoot at the same time, to go from battle to battle, to shake the mountains by one's cries, and the colors of the sky by one's roars of anger, to have the strength to uproot mountains like Shangyu and the audacity to pierce the mark like Yu Qi, all this is savage and rude and has nothing to do with delicacy. In order to progress in exercise, one must be savage. If one is savage, one will have great vigor and strong muscles and bones. The method of exercise should be rude, then one can apply oneself seriously and it will be easy to exercise. These two things are especially important for beginners. There are three things to which we must pay attention in exercise: 1. Perseverance, 2. Concentration of all our strength, and 3. That it be savage and rude. There are many other things that require attention. Here I have merely indicated the most important ones. To Hakuro Totten, Miyazaki Totten, 1. April 1917. Dear Mr. Hakuro Totten, we have long admired your integrity but regret not having had the privilege of your acquaintance. Even at this great distance your reputation is enough to inspire us. Sir, you gave moral support to Huangtu when he was alive and now mourn him with your tears. He is to be buried, and you have come across a myriad leagues of waves to bid him farewell at his grave. Your lofty friendship reaches as high as the sun and moon, your sincerity moves gods and spirits. Both are rare in this world, in the past as well today. Qi Fan and Tsetung are schoolboys in Hunan who have acquired some knowledge of the classics and have disciplined their aspirations. We long to have an opportunity to meet you, to learn deportment and receive instructions from you. We shall feel extremely honored if our request is granted. Students at the First Teachers Training College, Hunan. Signed Ha Zhao Qin Fan. Mao Tse-tung. To the Glory of the Hans. July and August 1919. This article and the following one were extracted from the manifesto written by Comrade Mao for the first issue of his magazine, Shangchang Pinq Lun, in July 1919, and from his article The Great Union of the Popular Masses, published in NOS 2-4 of the same periodical, July and August 1919. Toward a New Golden Age. What is the greatest question in the world? The greatest question is that of getting food to eat. What is the greatest force? The greatest force is that of the union of the popular masses. What should we not fear? We should not fear heaven. We should not fear ghosts. We should not fear the dead. We should not fear the bureaucrats. We should not fear the militarists. We should not fear the capitalists. The time has come. The great tide in the world is rolling ever more impetuously. He who conforms to it shall survive, he who resists it shall perish. As a result of the World War and the bitterness of their lives, the popular masses in many countries have suddenly undertaken all sorts of action. In Russia, they have overthrown the aristocrats and driven out the rich. The army of the red flag swarms over the east and the west, sweeping away numerous enemies. The whole world has been shaken by it. Within the area enclosed by the Great Wall and the China Sea, the May 4th movement has arisen. Its banner has advanced southward, across the Yellow River to the Yangtze. From Canton to Hankow, many real-life dramas have been performed. From Lake Tungting to the Min River the tide is rising. Heaven and earth are aroused, the traitors and the wicked are put to flight. Ha! We know it. We are awakened. The world is ours, the nation is ours, society is ours. If we do not speak, who will speak? If we do not act, who will act? If we do not rise up and fight, who will rise up and fight? It is not that basically we have no strength, the source of our impotence lies in our lack of practice. For thousands of years the Chinese people of several hundred millions have all led a life of slaves. Only one person, the emperor, was not a slave, or rather one could say that even he was the slave of heaven. When the emperor was in control of everything, we were given no opportunity for practice. We must act energetically to carry out the great union of the popular masses, which will not brook a moment's delay. Our Chinese people possesses great intrinsic energy. The more profound the oppression, the greater its resistance. That which has accumulated for a long time will surely burst forth quickly. The great union of the Chinese people must be achieved, gentlemen. We must all exert ourselves, we must all advance with the utmost strength. Our golden age, our age of brightness and splendor lies ahead. The great union of the popular masses. The decadence of the state, the sufferings of humanity, and the darkness of society have all reached an extreme. To be sure, among the methods of improvement and reform, education, industrialization, strenuous efforts, creation, destruction, of that which is bad and outmoded, and construction are all right, but there is a method more fundamental than these, which is that of the great union of the popular masses. If we study history, we find that all the movements that have occurred in the course of history, of whatever type may be, have all without exception resulted from the union of a certain number of people. A greater movement naturally requires a greater union, and the greatest movement requires the greatest union. All such unions are more likely to appear in a time of reform and resistance. That which decides between victory and defeat is the solidity or weakness of the union and whether the ideology that serves as its basis is new or old, true or false. The aristocrats and capitalists and other powerful people in society have carried their oppression to an extreme. And consequently the decadence of the state, the sufferings of humanity, and the darkness of society have also reached an extreme. It is then that reform and resistance arise, and that the great union of the popular masses is achieved. When the great union of the popular masses of France opposed the great union of the adherents of the monarchy and the victory of political reform had been attained, many countries followed the French example and undertook all sorts of political reforms. After last year's struggle in Russia, which pitted the great union of the popular masses against the great union of the aristocracy and the great union of the capitalists and led to the victory of social reform, many countries, Hungary, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Germany, have followed Russia's example and have undertaken all sorts of social reforms. Although this victory is not complete, it may certainly become so, and one can also imagine that it will spread throughout the whole world. Why is the great union of the popular masses so terribly effective? Because the popular masses in any country are much more numerous than the aristocracy, the capitalists, and the other holders of power in society. We should know that our brothers of other lands have often employed this method in pursuing their interests. We must arise and imitate them, we must carry out our great union. As soon as we arise and let out a shout, the traitors will get up and tremble and flee for their lives. If we wish to achieve a great union, in order to resist the powerful people whom we face, who harm their fellow men, and in order to pursue our own interests, we must necessarily have many small unions to serve as its foundation. Because our circumstances and professions are different, there are also certain differences, large or small, in the sphere of our common interests. Hence, the method, union, for seeking our common interests also displays certain differences, large or small. We are peasants, and so we want to unite with others who cultivate the land like we do, in order to pursue our various interests. The interests of us who cultivate the land can only be protected by ourselves. How do the landlords treat us? Are the rents and taxes heavy or light? Are our houses satisfactory or not? Are our bellies full or not? Is there enough land? Are there those in the village who have no land to cultivate? We must constantly seek answers to all these questions. We are workers, we wish to unite with others who work like ourselves in order to pursue the various interests of us workers. We cannot fail to seek a solution to such questions concerning us workers as the level of our wages, the length of the working day, and the equal or unequal sharing of dividends. We are students, we are already living in the 20th century, and yet they still compel us to observe the old ceremonies and the old methods. The country is about to perish, and yet they still paste up posters forbidding us to love our country. We want our own union. We are women, we are sunk even deeper in a sea of bitterness, we want to carry out our union. Miss Chow's suicide. 1919. A person's suicide is entirely determined by circumstances. Was Miss Chow's original idea to seek death? On the contrary, it was to seek life. If Miss Chow ended up by seeking death instead, it is because circumstances drove her to this. The circumstances in which Miss Chow found herself were the following: 1. Chinese society, 2. The Chow family of Nanyang Street in Changsha, 3. The Wu family of Kansuyuan Street in Changsha, the family of the husband she did not want. These three factors constituted three iron nets, composing a kind of triangular cage. Once caught in these three nets, it was in vain that she sought life in every way possible. There was no way for her to go on living. The contrary of life is death, and Miss Chow thus felt compelled to die. If, among these three factors, there had been one that was not an iron net, or if one of these nets had opened, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 1. If Miss Chow's parents had not had recourse to compulsion but had yielded before Miss Chow's free will, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 2. If Miss Chow's parents had not resorted to compulsion but had permitted Miss Chow to explain her point of view to the family of her future husband, and to explain the reasons for her refusal, and if in the end the family of her future husband had accepted her point of view, and respected her individual freedom, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 3. Even if her parents and the family of her future husband had refused to accept her free will, if in society there had been a powerful group of public opinion to support her, if there were an entirely new world where the fact of running away from one's parents' home and finding refuge elsewhere were considered honorable and not dishonorable, in this case, too, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. If Miss Chow is dead today, it is because she was solidly enclosed by the three iron nets: society, her own family, the family of her future husband. She sought life in vain and finally was led to seek death. Yesterday's incident was important. It happened because of the shameful system of arranged marriages, because of the darkness of the social system, the negation of the individual will, and the absence of the freedom to choose one's own mate. It is to be hoped that interested persons will comment on all aspects of this affair, and that they will defend the honor of a girl who died a martyr's death for the cause of the freedom to choose her own love. The family of the parents and the family of the future husband are both bound up with society, they are both parts of society. We must understand that the family of the parents and the family of the future husband have committed a crime, but the source of this crime lies in society. It is true that the two families themselves carried out this crime, but a great part of the culpability was transmitted to them by society. Moreover, if society were good, even if the families had wanted to carry out this crime, they would not have had the opportunity to do so. Since there are factors in our society that have brought about the death of Miss Chow, this society is an extremely dangerous thing. It was capable of causing the death of Miss Chow, it could also cause the death of Miss Che, Miss Sun, or Miss Lee. It is capable of killing men as well as women. All of us, the potential victims, must be on our guard before this dangerous thing that could inflict a fatal blow on us. We should protest loudly, warn the other human beings who are not yet dead, and condemn the countless evils of our society. The First Revolutionary Civil War period. Communism and dictatorship. November 1920. January 1921. Extracted from two letters to Tzai Hossein, in November 1920 and January 1921. In his lecture at Changsha, Russell took a position in favor of communism but against the dictatorship of the workers and peasants. He said that one should employ the method of education to change the consciousness of the propertied classes, and that in this way it would not be necessary to limit freedom or to have recourse to war and bloody revolution. My objections to Russell's viewpoint can be stated in a few words. This is all very well as a theory, but it is unfeasible in practice. Education requires money, people, and instruments. In today's world, money is entirely in the hands of the capitalists. Those who have charge of education are all either capitalists or wives of capitalists. In today's world, the schools and the press, the two most important instruments of education, are entirely under capitalist control. In short, Education in today's world is capitalist education. If we teach capitalism to children, these children, when they grow up, will in turn teach capitalism to a second generation of children. Education thus remains in the hands of the capitalists. Then the capitalists have parliaments to pass laws protecting the capitalists and handicapping the proletariat. They have governments to apply these laws and to enforce the advantages and the prohibitions that they contain. They have armies and police to defend the well-being of the capitalists and to repress the demands of the proletariat. They have banks to serve as repositories in the circulation of their wealth. They have factories, which are the instruments by which they monopolize the production of goods. Thus, if the communists do not seize political power, they will not be able to find any refuge in this world. How, under such circumstances, could they take charge of education? Thus, the capitalists will continue to control education and to praise their capitalism to the skies, so that the number of coverts to the proletariat's communist propaganda will diminish from day to day. Consequently, I believe that the method of education is unfeasible. What I have just said constitutes the first argument. The second argument is that, based on the principle of mental habits and on my observation of human history, I am of the opinion that one absolutely cannot expect the capitalists to become converted to communism. If one wishes to use the power of education to transform them, then since one cannot obtain control of the whole or even an important part of the two instruments of education, schools and the press, even if one has a mouth and a tongue and one or two schools and newspapers as means of propaganda, this is really not enough to change the mentality of the adherents of capitalism even slightly. How then can one hope that the latter will repent and turn toward the good? So much from a psychological standpoint. From a historical standpoint, one observes that no despot, imperialist and militarist throughout history has ever been known to leave the stage of history of his own free will without being overthrown by the people. Napoleon I proclaimed himself emperor and failed. Then there was Napoleon III. Yuan Shikai I failed. Then, also there was Tuan Chi Chui. From what I have just said, based on both psychological and a historical standpoint, it can be seen that capitalism cannot be overthrown by the force of a few feeble efforts in the domain of education. This is the second argument. There is yet a third argument, most assuredly a very important argument, even more important in reality. If we use peaceful means to attain the goal of communism, when will we finally achieve it? Let us assume that a century will be required, a century marked by the unceasing groans of the proletariat. What position shall we adopt in the face of this situation? The proletariat is many times more numerous than the bourgeoisie. If we assume that the proletariat constitutes 2/3 of humanity, then 1 billion of the Earth's 1,500,000,000 inhabitants are proletarians. I fear that the figure is even higher, who during this century will be cruelly exploited by the remaining third of capitalists. How can we bear this? Furthermore, since the proletariat has already become conscious of the fact that it too should possess wealth, and of the fact that its sufferings are unnecessary, the proletarians are discontented, and a demand for communism has arisen and has already become a fact. This fact confronts us, we cannot make it disappear. When we become conscious of it, we wish to act. This is why, in my opinion, the Russian Revolution, as well as the radical communists in every country, will daily grow more powerful and numerous and more tightly organized. This is the natural result. This is the third argument. There is a further point pertaining to my doubts about anarchism. My argument pertains not merely to the impossibility of a society without power or organization. I should like to mention only the difficulties in the way of the establishment of such form of society and of its final attainment. For all the reasons just stated, my present viewpoint on absolute liberalism, anarchism, and even democracy is that these things are fine in theory, but not feasible in practice. The role of the merchants in the National Revolution. July 11, 1923. Extracted from the article The Peking Coup d'État and the Merchants, published in Shangtao, NOS 31-2, July 11, 1923. The present coup d'etat has roused the merchants, who have persistently ignored politics, and has led them suddenly to look up and pay attention to politics. This is most welcome news. The Shanghai Chamber of Commerce has published a declaration to the whole nation. The declaration says, "We venture to proclaim with sincerity to the Chinese and the foreigners that from the 14th day of this month our people do not recognize any action of Tzao and Cao Lingwei, following their usurpation of political power, as qualified to represent the country." At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce resolved not to recognize the National Assembly, which cannot represent the people's will, and resolved, moreover, to organize a democratic committee as the organ for dealing positively with the affairs of the nation. This action may be regarded as the first gesture of the merchants to intervene in politics and as a manifestation of the fact that the merchants, who remained silent for 3 years, now speak in awesome tones. The present political problem in China is none other than the problem of the national revolution Kuomintang. To use the strength of the people to overthrow the militarists and foreign imperialism, with which the former are in collusion to accomplish their treasonable acts, is the historic mission of the Chinese people. This revolution is the task of the people as a whole. The merchants, workers, peasants, students, and teachers should all come forward to take on the responsibility for a portion of the revolutionary work, but because of historical necessity and current tendencies, the work for which the merchants should be responsible in the national revolution is both more urgent and more important than the work that the rest of the people should take upon themselves. We know that the politics of semi-colonial China is characterized by the fact that the militarists and the foreign powers have banded together to impose a twofold oppression on the people of the whole country. The people of the whole country naturally suffer profoundly under this kind of twofold oppression. Nevertheless, the merchants are the ones who feel these sufferings most acutely and most urgently. Everybody knows that the leaking and customs duties are matters of life and death for the merchants. The pressing demands for the merchants to abolish the leaking and raise the tariffs are the expression of their most immediate interest. But abolishing the leaking and raising the tariffs is not something that can be easily done, because abolishing the leaking hurts the interests of the militarists and raising the tariffs hurts the interest of foreign imperialism. If the leaking were abolished completely, the militarists would grow thinner day by day, and the merchants fatter. In that case, the merchants would need only to shout in order to overthrow the militarists. But the clever militarists definitely will not do such a foolish thing as to lift a stone in this way and crush their own feet. And if one were to increase considerably the tariffs on foreign goods, or even go so far as to abolish the tariffs fixed by the treaties and replace them by protective tariffs freely set by the Chinese themselves, thus removing the fetters encumbering the Chinese merchants, the industry and commerce of the country would develop rapidly and foreign goods would no longer be able to gain a foothold in China. The cunning foreign imperialists are even less likely to do such a foolish thing. The positions of the foreign powers and the militarists on the one hand and the merchants on the other are truly incompatible. The merchants have hitherto loved peace and have never imagined the political transformation necessitated a revolution which could not be accomplished by a few telegrams in favor of the reduction of the number of soldiers, the application of the constitution, and financial reforms. Still less did they imagine that revolution necessitated their personal participation, and that only by calling for the organization of all the people and creating a mass movement could a revolutionary force be brought into existence. They even went so far as to think that political reform did not require a political party and to call the revolutionary efforts of the Kuomintang superfluous. It is impossible to compare these juvenile and timid attitudes with the present situation without being convulsed with laughter. Judging from the actions of the Shanghai merchants in response to the coup d'état, we know that they have already changed their attitudes, cast away their pacifism, adopted revolutionary methods, drummed up the courage to shoulder responsibility for the affairs of the nation, and progressed rapidly. The Shanghai merchants have arisen and begun to act. We hope that the merchants outside of Shanghai will all rise up and act together. The present situation is extremely pressing, as though the fire were already singeing our eyebrows, and does not permit us to fall idly asleep once more. At present, we must unite the whole nation in order to carry out the revolution. Factionalism among the merchants cannot be tolerated. They must know that foreign powers and the militarists are the common enemies of all the merchants, as well as of the whole nation. Moreover, the advantages obtained after a successful revolution will be common advantages. It is essential to unite and struggle so as to overthrow the common enemy and assure the common interest. The broader the organization of merchants, the greater will be their influence, the greater will be their ability to lead the people of the whole country, and the more rapid the success of the revolution. In conclusion, we have the following warnings for the merchants of the whole country. 1. The great cause of revolution is no easy matter, even less so in China, a country under the twofold pressure of the foreign powers and the militarists. The only solution is to call upon the merchants, the workers, the peasants, the students, and the teachers of the whole country, as well as all the others who constitute our nation and who suffer under a common oppression, and to establish a closely knit united front. It is only then that this revolution will succeed. We must no longer neglect the lesson to be learned from previous experience, when the association of merchants and teachers refused participation of the workers. 2. Now that the merchants have already courageously taken the first step in the revolution, they must take the second step. Endeavor to move forward, and never stop until they have attained their goal. Above all, they must never stop on meeting a slight obstruction, or set out on the false path of making an agreement with the foreign powers and the militarists. Everyone must believe that the only way to save both himself and the nation is through the national revolution. Many revolutionary causes throughout history may serve as our reference and our guide. Circumstances call upon us to perform a historic task. We can no longer be negligent. To open a new era through revolutionary methods, and to build a new nation such is the historic mission of the Chinese people. We must never forget it. The Chinese government and the foreigners. August 29, 1923. Extracted from the article The Cigarette Tax, published in Shangtao, number 38, August 29, 1923. We often say, the Chinese government is the counting house of our foreign masters. Perhaps there are some who don't believe this. We also say, the false show of friendship by foreigners, especially Englishmen and Americans, is merely a pretense of amity in order that they may squeeze out more of the fat and blood of the Chinese people. Perhaps there are some who don't believe this either. Ever since the prohibition against the export of cotton was repealed owing to the opposition of the foreigners, it has been impossible not to believe what we have just said to some extent. Now that the foreigners have put pressure on the government to abolish the cigarette tax in Zhejiang and other provinces, it is impossible not to believe it a little more. Of the cigarettes produced by English and American companies, a small portion is imported from England, America, and Japan, and a large portion is manufactured by English and American merchants using Chinese tobacco and Chinese labor in factories set up in Shanghai, Hankow, and elsewhere in China. When the manufactured cigarettes leave the factory, small tax is paid, in accordance with treaties. They are then transported in bulk to the various provinces, and China is not allowed again to tax them freely. In Zhejiang province alone, the sale of cigarettes amounts to over 10 million yuan a year. There is no accurate total figure for the annual sale of cigarettes in the whole nation, estimating on the basis of sales in Zhejiang alone, it must be above 200 million yuan. This is really frightening to hear. I ask my 400 million brethren to ponder a while, what does the amity of the foreigners really mean? The Council of Ministers of the Chinese government is really both accommodating and agreeable. If one of our foreign masters farts, it is a lovely perfume. If our foreign masters want to export cotton, the Council of Ministers thereupon abolishes the prohibition of the export of cotton. If our foreign masters want to bring in cigarettes, the Council of Ministers thereupon instructs the several provinces by telegram to stop levying taxes on cigarettes. Again, I ask my 400 million brethren to ponder a little. Isn't it true that the Chinese government is the counting house of our foreign masters? Analysis of the classes in Chinese society. March 1926. This article was written by Comrade Mao Zedong to combat two deviations then to be found in the party. The exponents of the first deviation, represented by Chen Tuxiu, were concerned only with cooperation with the Kuomintang and forgot about the peasants. This was right opportunism. The exponents of the second deviation, represented by Chang Kuo-tao, were concerned only with the labor movement, and likewise forgot about the peasants. This was left opportunism. Both were aware that their own strength was inadequate, but neither of them knew where to seek reinforcements or where to obtain allies on a mass scale. Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out that the peasantry was the staunchest and numerically the largest ally of the Chinese proletariat, and thus solved the problem of who was the chief ally in the Chinese Revolution. Moreover, he saw that the national bourgeoisie was a vacillating class and predicted that it would disintegrate during the upsurge of the revolution, with its right wing going over to the side of imperialism. This was borne out by the events of 1927. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This is a question of the first importance for the revolution. The basic reason why all previous revolutionary struggles in China achieved so little was their failure to unite with real friends in order to attack real enemies. A revolutionary party is the guide of the masses, and no revolution ever succeeds when the revolutionary party leads them astray. To ensure that we will definitely achieve success in our revolution and will not lead the masses astray, we must pay attention to uniting with our real friends in order to attack our real enemies. To distinguish real friends from real enemies, we must make a general analysis of the economic status of the various classes in Chinese society and of their respective attitudes towards the revolution. What is the condition of each of the classes in Chinese society? The landlord class and the comprador class. 1. In economically backward and semi-colonial China, the landlord class and the comprador class are wholly appendages of the international bourgeoisie, depending upon imperialism for their survival and growth. These classes represent the most backward and most reactionary relations of production in China and hinder the development of her productive forces. Their existence is utterly incompatible with the aims of the Chinese Revolution. The big landlord and big comprador classes in particular always side with imperialism and constitute an extreme counter-revolutionary group. Their political representatives are the Wrtitists too and the right wing of the Kuomintang. The middle bourgeoisie. This class represents the capitalist relations of production in China in town and country. The middle bourgeoisie, by which is meant chiefly the national bourgeoisie, 3. Is inconsistent in its attitude towards the Chinese Revolution. They feel the need for revolution and favor the revolutionary movement against imperialism and the warlords when they are smarting under the blows of foreign capital and the oppression of the warlords, but they become suspicious of the revolution when they sense that, with the militant participation of the proletariat at home and the active support of the international proletariat abroad, the revolution is threatening the hope of their class to attain the status of a big bourgeoisie. Politically, they stand for the establishment of a state under the rule of a single class, the national bourgeoisie. A self-styled true disciple of Tai Chi Tao 4 wrote in the Chen Pao, 5 Peking, raise your left fist to knock down the imperialists and your right to knock down the communists. These words depict the dilemma and anxiety of this class. It is against interpreting the Kuomintang's principle of the people's livelihood according to the theory of class struggle, and it opposes the Kuomintang's alliance with Russia and the admission of communist sikhs and left-wingers. But its attempt to establish a state under the rule of the national bourgeoisie is quite impracticable, because the present world situation is such that the two major forces, revolution and counter-revolution, are locked in final struggle. Each has hoisted a huge banner. One is the red banner of revolution held aloft by the Third International as the rallying point for all the oppressed classes of the world, the other is the white banner of counter-revolution held aloft by the League of Nations as the rallying point for all the counter-revolutionaries of the world. The intermediate classes are bound to disintegrate quickly, some sections turning left to join the revolution, others turning right to join the counter-revolution. There is no room for them to remain independent. Therefore the idea cherished by China's middle bourgeoisie of an independent revolution in which it would play the primary role is a mere illusion. The petty bourgeoisie. Included in this category are the owner peasants, 7. The master handicraftsmen, the lower levels of the intellectual students, primary and secondary school teachers, lower government functionaries, office clerks, small lawyers and the small traders. Both because of its size and class character, this class deserves very close attention. The owner peasants and the master handicraftsmen are both engaged in small-scale production. Although all strata of this class have the same petty bourgeois economic status, they fall into three different sections. The first section consists of those who have some surplus money or grain, that is, those who, by manual or mental labor, earn more each year than they consume for their own support. Such people very much want to get rich and are devout worshippers of Marshal Chow. 8. While they have no illusions about amassing great fortunes, they invariably desire to climb up into the middle bourgeoisie. Their mouths water copiously when they see the respect in which those small money bags are held. People of this sort are timid, afraid of government officials, and also a little afraid of the revolution. Since they are quite close to the middle bourgeoisie in economic status, they have a lot of faith in its propaganda and are suspicious of the revolution. This section is a minority among the petty bourgeoisie and constitutes its right wing. The second section consists of those who in the main are economically self-supporting. They are quite different from the people in the first section. They also want to get rich, but Marshal Chow never lets them. In recent years, moreover, suffering from the oppression and exploitation of the imperialists, the warlords, the feudal landlords and the big comprador bourgeoisie, they have become aware that the world is no longer what it was. They feel they cannot earn enough to live on by just putting in as much work as before. To make both ends meet they have to work longer hours, get up earlier, leave off later, and be doubly careful at their work. They become rather abusive, denouncing the foreigners as foreign devils, the warlords as robber generals and the local tyrants and evil gentry as the heartless rich. As for the movement against the imperialists and the warlords, they merely doubt whether it can succeed, on the ground that the foreigners and the warlords seem so powerful, hesitate to join it and prefer to be neutral, but they never oppose the revolution. This section is very numerous, making up about 1/2 of the petty bourgeoisie. The third section consists of those whose standard of living is falling. Many in this section, who originally belonged to better-off families, are undergoing a gradual change from a position of being barely able to manage to one of living in more and more reduced circumstances. When they come to settle their accounts at the end of each year, they are shocked, exclaiming, "What? Another deficit?" As such people have seen better days and are now going downhill with every passing year, their debts mounting and their life becoming more and more miserable, they shudder at the thought of the future. They are in great mental distress because there is such a contrast between their past and their present. Such people are quite important for the revolutionary movement. They form a mass of no small proportions and are the left wing of the petty bourgeoisie. In normal times these three sections of the petty bourgeoisie differ in their attitude to the revolution. But in times of war, that is, when the tide of the revolution runs high and the dawn of victory is in sight, not only will the left wing of the petty bourgeoisie join the revolution, but the middle section too may join, and even tight-wingers, swept forward by the great revolutionary tide of the proletariat and of the left wing of the petty bourgeoisie, will have to go along with the evolution. We can see from the experience of the May 30th Movement 9 of 1925 and the peasant movement in various places that this conclusion is correct. The semi-proletariat. What is here called the semi-proletariat consists of 5 categories: 1. The overwhelming majority of the semi-owner peasants, 10. 2. The poor peasants, 3. The small handicraftsmen, 4. The shop assistants 11 and 5. The peddlers. The overwhelming majority of the semi-owner peasants together with the poor peasants constitute a very large part of the rural masses. The peasant problem is essentially their problem. The semi-owner peasants, the poor peasants and the small handicraftsmen are engaged in production on a still smaller scale than the owner peasants and the master handicraftsmen. Although both the overwhelming majority of the semi-owner peasants and the poor peasants belong to the semi-proletariat, they may be further divided into 3 smaller categories: upper, middle and lower, according to their economic condition. The semi-owner peasants are worse off than the owner peasants because every year they are short of about half the food they need, and have to make up this deficit by renting land from others, selling part of their labor power, or engaging in petty trading. In late spring and early summer, when the crop is still in the blade and the old stock is consumed, they borrow at exorbitant rates of interest and buy grain at high prices. Their plight is naturally harder than that of the owner peasants who need no help from others, but they are better off than the poor peasants. For the poor peasants own no land, and receive only half the harvest or even less for their year's toil, while the semi-owner peasants, though receiving only half or less than half the harvest of land rented from others, can keep the entire crop from the land they own. The semi-owner peasants are therefore more revolutionary than the owner peasants, but less revolutionary than the poor peasants. The poor peasants are tenant peasants who are exploited by the landlords. They may again be divided into two categories according to their economic status. One category has comparatively adequate farm implements and some funds. Such peasants may retain half the product of their year's toil. To make up their deficit, they cultivate side crops, catch fish or shrimps, raise poultry or pigs, or sell part of their labor power, and thus eke out a living, hoping in the midst of hardship and destitution to tide over the year. Thus their life is harder than that of the semi-owner peasants, but they are better off than the other category of poor peasants. They ain't more revolutionary than the semi-owner peasants, but less revolutionary than the other category of poor peasants. As for the latter, they have neither adequate farm implements nor funds nor enough manure, their crops are poor, and, with little left after paying rent, they have even greater need to sell part of their labor power. In hard times they piteously beg help from relatives and friends, borrowing a few tou or sheng of grain to last them a few days, and their debts pile up like loads on the backs of oxen. They are the worst off among the peasants and are highly receptive to revolutionary propaganda. The small handicraftsmen are called semi-proletarians because, though they own some simple means of production and moreover are self-employed, they too are often forced to sell part of their labor power and are somewhat similar to the poor peasants in economic status. They feel the constant pinch of poverty and dread of unemployment, because of heavy family burdens and the gap between their earnings and the cost of living. In this respect too they largely resemble the poor peasants. The shop assistants are employees of shops and stores, supporting their families on meager pay and getting an increase perhaps only once in several years while prices rise every year. If by chance you get into intimate conversation with them, they invariably pour out their endless grievances. Roughly the same in status as the poor peasants and the small handicraftsmen, they are highly receptive to revolutionary propaganda. The peddlers, whether they carry their wares around on a pole or set up stalls along the street, have tiny funds and very small earnings, and do not make enough to feed and clothe themselves. Their status is roughly the same as that of the poor peasants, and like the poor peasants they need a revolution to change the existing state of affairs. The proletariat. The modern industrial proletariat numbers about 2 million. It is not large because China is economically backward. These 2 million industrial workers are mainly employed in 5 industries: railways, mining, maritime transport, textiles and shipbuilding, and a great number are enslaved in enterprises owned by foreign capitalists. Though not very numerous, the industrial proletariat represents China's new productive forces, is the most progressive class in modern China, and has become the leading force in the revolutionary movement. We can see the important position of the industrial proletariat in the Chinese Revolution from the strength it has displayed in the strikes of the last 4 years, such as the Siemens strikes, 12 the railway strike, 13 the strikes in the Kailan and Siaitso coal mines, 14 the Xiamen strike, 15 and the general strikes in Shanghai and Hong Kong, 16 after the May 30th incident. The first reason why the industrial workers hold this position is their concentration. No other section of the people is so concentrated. The second reason is their low economic status. They have been deprived of all means of production, have nothing left but their hands, have no hope of ever becoming rich and, moreover, are subjected to the most ruthless treatment by the imperialists, the warlords, and the bourgeoisie. That is why they are particularly good fighters. The coolies in the cities are also a force meriting attention. They are mostly dockers and rickshaw men, and among them, too, are sewage carters and street cleaners. Possessing nothing but their hands, they are similar in economic status to the industrial workers but are less concentrated and play a less important role in production. There is as yet little modern capitalist farming in China. By rural proletariat we mean farm laborers hired by the year, the month, or the day. Having neither land, farm implements nor funds, they can live only by selling their labor power. Of all the workers they work the longest hours, for the lowest wages, under the worst conditions, and with the least security of employment. They are the most hard-pressed people in the villages, and their position in the peasant movement is as important as that of the poor peasants. Apart from all these, there is the fairly large lumpen proletariat, made up of peasants who have lost their land and handicraftsmen who cannot get work. They lead the most precarious existence of all. In every part of the country they have their secret societies, which were originally their mutual aid organizations for political and economic struggle, for instance, the Triad Society in Fujian and Guangdong, the Society of Brothers in Hunan, Hebei, Quechao, and Sichuan, the Big Sword Society in Anhui, Honan, and Shantung, the Rational Life Society in Chile 17 and the three northeastern provinces, and the Green Band in Shanghai and elsewhere. 18 One of China's difficult problems is how to handle these people. Brave fighters but apt to be destructive, they can become a revolutionary force if given proper guidance. To sum up, it can be seen that our enemies are all those in league with imperialism: the warlords, the bureaucrats, the comprador class, the big landlord class, and the reactionary section of the intelligentsia attached to them. The leading force in our revolution is the industrial proletariat. Our closest friends are the entire semi-proletariat and petty bourgeoisie. As for the vacillating middle bourgeoisie, their right wing may become our enemy and their left wing may become our friend, but we must be constantly on our guard and not let them create confusion within our ranks. The bitter sufferings of the peasants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and their movement of resistance. November 25, 1926. Extracted from an article of the same title published in Shangtao, number 179, November 25, 1926. If one takes the boat from Wuxi, the first place at which one arrives is the market town of Kishan. It is situated between the three xian of Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi. In these three xian there are many big landlords who oppress the farmers very severely. Last autumn, a certain Kishan student who had studied in Japan, by the name of Chao Shuiping, returned to this village. Zhou had first graduated from Wuxi Provincial Teachers College. He could not bear the sight of such oppression, and encouraged the tenant farmers to organize into a body called the Tenant Farmers Cooperative Self-Help Society. Zhou moved from village to village speaking with tears in his eyes of the sufferings of the peasants. A large number of Kishan peasants followed him, and those in the neighboring areas of Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi were all inflamed. They rose like clouds and opposed the rich but heartless big landlords, and with one voice demanded the reduction of rent. But before the peasants had completely united themselves, the bad landlords had already united themselves, and the gentry and landlords of the three xian Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi acted simultaneously. Letters and telegrams fell like snowflakes on Sun Chuanfang. Sun Chuanfang of course obeyed the order of the landlords. Last November, he dissolved the Tenant Farmers Cooperative Self-Help Society and arrested Zhou Shuiping, who was executed in January of this year. It seemed that the movement for rent reduction had been suppressed for a time. But when Zhou Shuiping's coffin was returned to Kishan to be exhibited in his house, the farmers went up to the coffin daily in crowds and kowtowed before it, saying, "Mr. Zhou died for us, we will avenge his death." This year there was a big drought, and the harvest was poor. The farmers again thought of rising up to demand rent reduction. This shows that they are not in the least afraid to die. They know that a united struggle to reduce the exploitation of the avaricious and cruel landlords is their only way out. Tzu Shi is located in Zhejiang, east of Ningpo. In recent months there occurred a great insurrection in the Shanpi area of the Xi'an. The peasants of this Shanpi area are violent by nature, and frequently indulge in armed combat. On top of this, in recent years the officials and police have been unreasonably oppressive and the bad landlords have stepped up their exploitation. So the accumulated exasperation of the peasants was already deep. By chance the climate this year was unstable, and as a result the rice and cotton crops failed, but the landlords refused to make any reduction whatever in their harsh rents. The peasants' insurrection against famine thereupon exploded. Once the farmers' insurrection broke out, all the elements de classe joined them very courageously. In the morning of September 13th, there assembled more than 2,000 people who went to the police station to report the famine, and clashed with the police. They burned down the police station, and distributed the arms of the police among themselves. Then they turned to go to the houses of the village gentry landlords to eat up powerful families. After eating them up, and out of anger at the evils of the village gentry landlords, they destroyed the landlords' screens, paintings, and sculptured ancient doors and windows. They did this every day. They did not listen much to others' exhortation but let off their steam in this manner. The day after each such outburst, the landlord in question ran to the city to report, and soldiers and police came down to the village and turned everything upside down, but the leaders of the peasants had already mostly escaped. There was widespread propaganda about violation of the law and crimes. The farmers became fearful, and thus the movement was suppressed. The reason for the failure of this movement is that the masses did not fully organize themselves, and did not have leadership, so that the movement barely got started and then failed. Report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan. March 1927. The importance of the peasant problem. During my recent visit to Hunan I made a first-hand investigation of conditions in the 5 counties of Xiangtan, Shangxiang, Hongshan, Liling, and Changsha. In the 32 days from January 4 to February 5, I called together fact-finding conferences in villages and county towns, which were attended by experienced peasants and by comrades working in the peasant movement, and I listened attentively to their reports and collected a great deal of material. Many of the hows and whys of the peasant movement were the exact opposite of what the gentry in Hankow and Changsha are saying. I saw and heard of many strange things of which I had hitherto been unaware. I believe the same is true of many other places, too. All talk directed against the peasant movement must be speedily set right. All the wrong measures taken by the revolutionary authorities concerning the peasant movement must be speedily changed. Only thus can the future of the revolution be benefited. For the present upsurge of the peasant movement is a colossal event. In a very short time, in China's central, southern and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. Every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test, to be accepted or rejected as they decide. There are 3 alternatives. To march at their head and lead them. To trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing. Or to stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly. Get organized. The development of the peasant movement in Hunan may be divided roughly into 2 periods with respect to the counties in the province's central and southern parts where the movement has already made much headway. The first, from January to September of last year, was one of organization. In this period, January to June was a time of underground activity, and July to September, when the Revolutionary Army was driving out Chao Hungti, to one of open activity. During this period, the membership of the peasant associations did not exceed 300,000 to 400,000. The masses directly under their leadership numbered little more than 1 million. There was as yet hardly any struggle in the rural areas, and consequently there was very little criticism of the associations in other circles. Since its members served as guides, scouts, and carriers of the Northern Expeditionary Army, even some of the officers had a good word to say for the peasant associations. The second period, from last October to January of this year, was one of revolutionary action. The membership of the associations jumped to 2 million and the masses directly under their leadership increased to 10 million. Since the peasants generally enter only one name for the whole family on joining a peasant association, a membership of 2 million means a mass following of about 10 million. Almost half the peasants in Hunan are now organized. In counties like Xiangtan, Shangxiang, Liaoyang, Changsha, Liling, Ningxiang, Pinqiang, Shanjian, Hongshan, Hongyang, Leiyang, Chinchin and Anhua, nearly all the peasants have combined in the peasant associations or have come under their leadership. It was on the strength of their extensive organization that the peasants went into action and within 4 months brought about a great revolution in the countryside, a revolution without parallel in history. Down with the local tyrants and evil gentry. All power to the peasant associations. The main targets of attack by the peasants are the local tyrants, the evil gentry and the lawless landlords, but in passing they also hit out against patriarchal ideas and institutions, against the corrupt officials in the cities and against bad practices and customs in the rural areas. In force and momentum the attack is tempestuous, those who bow before it survive and those who resist perish. As a result, the privileges which the feudal landlords enjoyed for thousands of years are being shattered to pieces. Every bit of the dignity and prestige built up by the landlords is being swept into the dust. With the collapse of the power of the landlords, the peasant associations have now become the sole organs of authority and the popular slogan "All power to the peasant associations" has become a reality. Even bides such as a quarrel between husband and wife are brought to the peasant association. Nothing can be settled unless someone from the peasant association is present. The association actually dictates all rural affairs, and, quite literally, whatever it says, goes. Those who are outside the associations can only speak well of them and cannot say anything against them. The local tyrants, evil gentry, and lawless landlords have been deprived of all right to speak, and none of them dares even mutter dissent. In the face of the peasant association's power and pressure, the top local tyrants and evil gentry have fled to Shanghai, those of the second rank to Hankow, those of the third to Changsha and those of the fourth to the county towns, while the fifth rank and the still lesser fry surrender to the peasant associations in the villages. Here's 10 yuan. Please let me join the peasant association, one of the smaller of the evil gentry will say. Ugh! Who wants your filthy money? The peasants reply. Many middle and small landlords and rich peasants and even some middle peasants, who were all formerly opposed to the peasant associations, are now vainly seeking admission. Visiting various places, I often came across such people who pleaded with me, "Mr. Committeeman from the provincial capital, please be my sponsor." In the Qing dynasty, the household census compiled by the local authorities consisted of a regular register and the other register, the former for honest people and the latter for burglars, bandits, and similar undesirables. In some places the peasants now use this method to scare those who formerly opposed the associations. They say, "Put their names down in the other register." Afraid of being entered in the other register, such people try various devices to gain admission into the peasant associations, on which their minds are so set that they do not feel safe until their names are entered. But more often than not they are turned down flat, and so they are always on tender hooks, with the doors of the association barred to them. They are like tramps without a home or, in rural parlance, mere trash. In short, what was looked down upon 4 months ago as a gang of peasants has now become a most honorable institution. Those who formerly prostrate themselves before the power of the gentry now bow before the power of the peasants. No matter what their identity, all admit that the world since last October is a different one. It's terrible. Or it's fine. The peasants' revolt disturbed the gentry's sweet dreams. When the news from the countryside reached the cities, It caused immediate uproar among the gentry. Soon after my arrival in Changsha, I met all sorts of people and picked up a good deal of gossip. From the middle social strata upwards to the Kuomintang right-wingers, there was not a single person who did not sum up the whole business in the phrase, "It's terrible." Under the impact of the views of the "it's terrible" school then flooding the city, even quite revolutionary-minded people became downhearted as they pictured the events in the countryside in their mind's eye, and they were unable to deny the word terrible. Even quite progressive people said, though terrible, it is inevitable in a revolution. In short, nobody could altogether deny the word terrible. But, as already mentioned, the fact is that the great peasant masses have risen to fulfill their historic mission and that the forces of rural democracy have risen to overthrow the forces of rural feudalism. The patriarchal feudal class of local tyrants, evil gentry, and lawless landlords has formed the basis of autocratic government for thousands of years and is the cornerstone of imperialism, warlordism and corrupt officialdom. To overthrow these feudal forces is the real objective of the national revolution. In a few months the peasants have accomplished what Dr. Sun Yat-sen wanted, but failed, to accomplish in the 40 years he devoted to the national revolution. This is a marvelous feat never before achieved, not just in 40, but in thousands of years. It's fine. It is not terrible at all. It is anything but terrible. It's terrible. Is obviously a theory for combating the rise of the peasants in the interests of the landlords. It is obviously a theory of the landlord class for preserving the old order of feudalism and obstructing the establishment of the new order of democracy. It is obviously a counter-revolutionary theory. No revolutionary comrade should echo this nonsense. If your revolutionary viewpoint is firmly established and if you have been to the villages and looked around, you will undoubtedly feel thrilled as never before. Countless thousands of the enslaved peasants are striking down the enemies who battened on their flesh. What the peasants are doing is absolutely right, what they are doing is fine. It's fine. Is the theory of the peasants and of all other revolutionaries. Every revolutionary comrade should know that the national revolution requires a great change in the countryside. The revolution of 1911-3 did not bring about this change, hence its failure. This change is now taking place, and it is an important factor for the completion of the revolution. Every revolutionary comrade must support it, or he will be taking the stand of counter-revolution. The question of going too far. Then there is another section of people who say, yes, peasant associations are necessary, but they are going rather too far. This is the opinion of the middle of the roaders. But what is the actual situation? True, the peasants are in a sense unruly in the countryside. Supreme in authority, the peasant association allows the landlord no say and sweeps away his prestige. This amounts to striking the landlord down to the dust and keeping him there. The peasants threaten, we will put you in the other register. They find the local tyrants and evil gentry, they demand contributions from them, and they smash their sedan chairs. People swarm into the houses of local tyrants and evil gentry who are against the peasant association, slaughter their pigs and consume their grain. They even loll for a minute or two on the ivory inlaid beds belonging to the young ladies in the households of the local tyrants and evil gentry. At the slightest provocation they make arrests, crown the arrested with tall paper hats, and parade them through the villages, saying, "You dirty landlords, now you know who we are." Doing whatever they like and turning everything upside down, they have created a kind of terror in the countryside. This is what some people call going too far, or exceeding the proper limits in righting a wrong, or really too much. Such talk may seem plausible, but in fact it is wrong. First, the local tyrants, evil gentry, and lawless landlords have themselves driven the peasants to this. For ages they have used their power to tyrannize over the peasants and trample them underfoot, that is why the peasants have reacted so strongly. The most violent revolts and the most serious disorders have invariably occurred in places where the local tyrants, evil gentry, and lawless landlords perpetrated the worst outrages. The peasants are clear-sighted. Who is bad and who is not, who is the worst and who is not quite so vicious, who deserves severe punishment and who deserves to be let off lightly. The peasants keep clear accounts, and very seldom has the punishment exceeded the crime. Secondly, a revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. For a revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. A rural revolution is a revolution by which the peasantry overthrows the power of the feudal landlord class. Without using the greatest force, the peasants cannot possibly overthrow the deep-rooted authority of the landlords which has lasted for thousands of years. The rural areas need a mighty revolutionary upsurge, for it alone can rouse the people in their millions to become a powerful force. All the actions mentioned here which have been labeled as going too far flow from the power of the peasants, which has been called forth by the mighty revolutionary upsurge in the countryside. It was highly necessary for such things to be done in the second period of the peasant movement, the period of revolutionary action. In this period it was necessary to establish the absolute authority of the peasants. It was necessary to forbid malicious criticism of the peasant associations. It was necessary to overthrow the whole authority of the gentry, to strike them to the ground and keep them there. There is revolutionary significance in all the actions which were labeled as going too far in this period. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to create terror for a while in every rural area, or otherwise it would be impossible to suppress the activities of the counter-revolutionaries in the countryside or overthrow the authority of the gentry. Proper limits have to be exceeded in order to right a wrong, or else the wrong cannot be righted. 5. Those who talk about the peasants going too far seem at first sight to be different from those who say it's terrible. As mentioned earlier, but in essence they proceed from the same standpoint and likewise voice a landlord theory that upholds the interests of the privileged classes. Since this theory impedes the rise of the peasant movement and so disrupts the revolution, we must firmly oppose it. The movement of the riffraff. The right wing of the Kuomintang says, the peasant movement is a movement of the riffraff, of the lazy peasants. This view is current in Changsha. When I was in the countryside, I heard the gentry say, it is all right to set up peasant associations, but the people now running them are no good. They ought to be replaced. This opinion comes to the same thing as what the right-wingers are saying. According to both, it is all right to have a peasant movement, the movement is already in being and no one dare say otherwise, but they say that the people running it are no good and they particularly hate those in charge of the associations at the lower levels, calling them riff-raff. In short, all those whom the gentry had despised, those whom they had trodden into the dirt, people with no place in society, people with no right to speak, have now audaciously lifted up their heads. They have not only lifted up their heads but taken power into their hands. They are now running the township peasant associations, at the lowest level, which they have turned into something fierce and formidable. They have raised their rough, work-soiled hands and laid them on the gentry. They tether the evil gentry with ropes, crown them with tall paper hats and parade them through the villages. In Xiangtan and Shangxiang they call this parading through the township and in Liling parading through the fields. Not a day passes but they drum some harsh, pitiless words of denunciation into these gentry's ears. They are issuing orders and are running everything. Those who used to rank lowest now rank above everybody else, and so this is called turning things upside down. Vanguards of the revolution. Where there are two opposite approaches to things and people, two opposite views emerge. It's terrible. And it's fine. Riffraff and vanguards of the revolution. Here are apt examples. We said above that the peasants have accomplished a revolutionary task which had been left unaccomplished for many years and have done an important job for the national revolution. But has this great revolutionary task, this important revolutionary work, been performed by all the peasants? No. There are three kinds of peasants, the rich, the middle and the poor peasants. The three live in different circumstances and so have different views about the revolution in the first period, What appealed to the rich peasants was the talk about the northern expeditionary armies sustaining a crushing defeat in Kiangsi, about Chiang Kai-shek's being wounded in the leg 6 and flying back to Kwangtung, 7, and about Wu Peifu's 8 recapturing Uetkov. The peasant associations would certainly not last, and the Three People's Principles 9 could never prevail, because they had never been heard of before. Thus an official of the Township Peasant Association, generally one of the riff-raff type, would walk into the house of a rich peasant, register in hand, and say, "Will you please join the peasant association?" How would the rich peasant answer? A tolerably well-behaved one would say, "Peasant association? I have lived here for decades, tilling my land. I never heard of such a thing before, yet I've managed to live all right. I advise you to give it up." A really vicious rich peasant would say, "Peasant association? Nonsense. Association for getting your head chopped off. Don't get people into trouble." Yet, surprisingly enough, the peasant associations have now been established several months, and have even dared to stand up to the gentry. The gentry of the neighborhood who refused to surrender their opium pipes were arrested by the associations and paraded through the villages. In the county towns, moreover, some big landlords were put to death, like Yan Yongchu of Xiangtan and Yang Chitza of Ningxiang. On the anniversary of the October Revolution, at the time of the anti-British rally and of the great celebrations of the victory of the Northern Expedition, tens of thousands of peasants in every township, holding high their banners, big and small, along with their carrying poles and hoes, demonstrated in massive, streaming columns. It was only then that the rich peasants began to get perplexed and alarmed. During the great victory celebrations of the Northern Expedition, they learned that Kyokyang had been taken, that Chiang Kai-shek had not been wounded in the leg, and that Wu Peifu had been defeated after all. What is more, they saw such slogans as "Long live the Three People's Principles," "Long live the Peasant Associations," and "Long live the Peasants," clearly written on the red and green proclamations. What? Wondered the rich peasants, greatly perplexed and alarmed. Long live the peasants! Are these people now to be regarded as emperors? 10. So the peasant associations are putting on grand airs. People from the associations say to the rich peasants, "We'll enter you in the other register, or, in another month, the admission fee will be 10 yuan a head." Only under the impact of all this are the rich peasants tardily joining the associations, 11 some paying 50 cents or a yuan for admission, the regular fee being a mere 10 coppers, some securing admission only after asking other people to put in a good word for them. But there are quite a number of diehards who have not joined to this day. When the rich peasants join the associations, they generally enter the name of some 60 or 70-year-old member of the family, for they are in constant dread of conscription. After joining, the rich peasants are not keen on doing any work for the associations. They remain inactive throughout. How about the middle peasants? Theirs is a vacillating attitude. They think that the revolution will not bring them much good. They have rice cooking in their pots and no creditors knocking on their doors at midnight. They, too, judging a thing by whether it ever existed before, knit their brows and think to themselves, can the peasant association really last? Can the Three People's Principles prevail? Their conclusion is, afraid not. They imagine it all depends on the will of heaven and think, a peasant association? Who knows if heaven wills it or not? In the first period, people from the association would call on a middle peasant, register in hand, and say, "Will you please join the peasant association?" The middle peasant would reply, "There's no hurry." It was not until the second period, when the peasant associations were already exercising great power, that the middle peasants came in. They show up better in the associations than the rich peasants, but are not as yet very enthusiastic. They still want to wait and see. It is essential for the peasant associations to get the middle peasants to join and to do a good deal more explanatory work among them. The poor peasants have always been the main force in the bitter fight in the countryside. They have fought militantly through the two periods of underground work and of open activity. They are the most responsive to Communist Party leadership. They are deadly enemies of the camp of the local tyrants and evil gentry and attack it without the slightest hesitation. We joined the peasant association long ago, they say to the rich peasants, why are you still hesitating? The rich peasants answer mockingly, what is there to keep you from joining? You people have neither a tile over your heads nor a speck of land under your feet. It is true the poor peasants are not afraid of losing anything. Many of them really have neither a tile over their heads nor a speck of land under their feet. What, indeed, is there to keep them from joining the associations? According to the survey of Changsha County, the poor peasants comprise 70%, the middle peasants 20%, and the landlords and the rich peasants 10% of the population in the rural areas. The 70%, the poor peasants, may be subdivided into two categories, the utterly destitute and the less destitute. The utterly destitute, 12 comprising 20%, are the completely dispossessed, that is, people who have neither land nor money, are without any means of livelihood, and are forced to leave home and become mercenaries or hired laborers or wandering beggars. The less destitute, 13, the other 50%, are the partially dispossessed, that is, people with just a little land or a little money who eat up more than they earn and live in toil and distress the year round, such as the handicraftsmen, the tenant peasants, not including the rich tenant peasants, and the semi-owner peasants. This great mass of poor peasants, or altogether 70% of the rural population, are the backbone of the peasant associations, the vanguard in the overthrow of the feudal forces and the heroes who have performed the great revolutionary task which for long years was left undone. Without the poor peasant class, the riffraff, as the gentry call them, it would have been impossible to bring about the present revolutionary situation in the countryside, or to overthrow the local tyrants and evil gentry and complete the democratic revolution. The poor peasants, being the most revolutionary group, have gained the leadership of the peasant associations. In both the first and second periods almost all the chairmen and committee members in the peasant associations at the lowest level were poor peasants. Of the officials in the township associations in Hongshan County, the utterly destitute comprise 50%, the less destitute 40%, and poverty-stricken intellectuals 10%. Leadership by the poor peasants is absolutely necessary. Without the poor peasants there would be no revolution. To deny their role is to deny the revolution. To attack them is to attack the revolution. They have never been wrong on the general direction of the revolution. They have discredited the local tyrants and evil gentry. They have beaten down the local tyrants and evil gentry, big and small, and kept them underfoot. Many of their deeds in the period of revolutionary action, which were labeled as going too far, were in fact the very things the revolution required. Some county governments, county headquarters of the Kuomintang and county peasant associations in Hunan have already made a number of mistakes. Some have even sent soldiers to arrest officials of the lower-level associations at the landlord's request. A good many chairmen and committee members of township associations in Hongshan and Shangziang counties have been thrown in jail. This mistake is very serious and feeds the arrogance of the reactionaries. To judge whether or not it is a mistake, you have only to see how joyful the lawless landlords become and how reactionary sentiments grow, wherever the chairman or committee members of local peasant associations are arrested. We must combat the counter-revolutionary talk of a movement of riffraff and a movement of lazy peasants, and must be especially careful not to commit the error of helping the local tyrants and evil gentry in their attacks on the poor peasant class. Though a few of the poor peasant leaders undoubtedly did have shortcomings, most of them have changed by now. They themselves are energetically prohibiting gambling and suppressing banditry. Where the peasant association is powerful, gambling has stopped altogether and banditry has vanished. In some places it is literally true that people do not take any articles left by the wayside and that doors are not bolted at night. According to the Hongshan survey, 85% of the poor peasant leaders have made great progress and have proved themselves capable and hard-working. Only 15% retain some bad habits. The most one can call these is an unhealthy minority, and we must not echo the local tyrants and evil gentry in undiscriminatingly condemning them as riff-raff. This problem of the unhealthy minority can be tackled only under the Peasant Association's own slogan of strength and discipline, by carrying on propaganda among the masses, by educating the unhealthy minority, and by tightening the association's discipline. In no circumstances should soldiers be arbitrarily sent to make such arrests as would damage the prestige of the poor peasants and feed the arrogance of the local tyrants and evil gentry. This point requires particular attention. 14 Great Achievements. Most critics of the peasant associations allege that they have done a great many bad things. I have already pointed out that the peasants' attack on the local tyrants and evil gentry is entirely revolutionary behavior and in no way blameworthy. The peasants have done a great many things, and in order to answer people's criticism we must closely examine all their activities, one by one, to see what they have actually done. I have classified and summed up their activities of the last few months. In all, the peasants under the leadership of the peasant associations have the following 14 great achievements to their credit. 1. Organizing the peasants into peasant associations. This is the first great achievement of the peasants. In counties like Xiangtan, Shangxiang, and Hungshan, nearly all the peasants are organized and there is hardly a remote corner where they are not on the move. These are the best places. In some counties, like Yiyang and Huazhong, the bulk of the peasants are organized, with only a small section remaining unorganized. These places are in the second grade. In other counties, like Zhenpu and Lingling, while a small section is organized, the bulk of the peasants remain unorganized. These places are in the third grade. Western Hunan, which is under the control of Yuan Tsuming, 14 has not yet been reached by the association's propaganda, and in many of its counties the peasants are completely unorganized. These form a fourth grade. Roughly speaking, the counties in central Hunan, with Changsha as the center, are the most advanced, those in southern Hunan come second, and western Hunan is only just beginning to organize. According to the figures compiled by the Provincial Peasant Association last November, organizations with a total membership of 1,367,727 have been set up in 37 of the province's 75 counties. Of these members, about 1 million were organized during October and November when the power of the associations rose high, while up to September the membership had only been 300,000 to 400,000. Then came the 2 months of December and January, and the peasant movement continued its brisk growth. By the end of January the membership must have reached at least 2 million. As a family generally enters only one name when joining and has an average of 5 members, the mass following must be about 10 million. This astonishing and accelerating rate of expansion explains why the local tyrants, evil gentry, and corrupt officials have been isolated, why the public has been amazed at how completely the world has changed since the peasant movement, and why a great revolution has been wrought in the countryside. This is the first great achievement of the peasants under the leadership of their associations. 2. Hitting the landlords politically. Once the peasants have their organization, the first thing they do is to smash the political prestige and power of the landlord class, and especially of the local tyrants and evil gentry, that is, to pull down landlord authority and build up peasant authority in rural society. This is a most serious and vital struggle. It is the pivotal struggle in the second period, the period of revolutionary action. Without victory in this struggle, no victory is possible in the economic struggle to reduce rent and interest, to secure land and other means of production, and so on. In many places in Hunan like Shangxiang, Hungshan, and Xiangtan counties, this is of course no problem since the authority of the landlords has been overturned and the peasants constitute the sole authority. But in counties like Liling there are still some places, such as Liling's western and southern districts, where the authority of the landlords seems weaker than that of the peasants but, because the political struggle has not been sharp, is in fact surreptitiously competing with it. In such places it is still too early to say that the peasants have gained political victory. They must wage the political struggle more vigorously until the landlord's authority is completely smashed. All in all, The methods used by the peasants to hit the landlords politically are as follows. Checking the accounts. More often than not, the local tyrants and evil gentry have helped themselves to public money passing through their hands, and their books are not in order. Now the peasants are using the checking of accounts as an occasion to bring down a great many of the local tyrants and evil gentry. In many places, committees for checking accounts have been established for the express purpose of settling financial scores with them, and the first sign of such a committee makes them shudder. Campaigns of this kind have been carried out in all the counties where the peasant movement is active. They are important not so much for recovering money as for publicizing the crimes of the local tyrants and evil gentry and for knocking them down from their political and social positions. Imposing fines. The peasants work out fines for such offenses as irregularities revealed by the checking of accounts, past outrages against the peasants, current activities which undermine the peasant associations, violations of the ban on gambling and refusal to surrender opium pipes. This local tyrant must pay so much, that member of the evil gentry so much, the sums ranging from tens to thousands of UN. Naturally, a man who has been fined by the peasants completely loses face. Levying contributions. The unscrupulous rich landlords are made to contribute for poor relief, for the organization of cooperatives or peasant credit societies, or for other purposes. Though milder than fines, these contributions are also a form of punishment. To avoid trouble, quite a number of landlords make voluntary contributions to the peasant associations. Minor protests. When someone harms a peasant association by word or deed and the offense is a minor one, the peasants collect in a crowd and swarm into the offender's house to remonstrate with him. He is usually let off after writing a pledge to cease and desist, and which he explicitly undertakes to stop defaming the peasant association in the future. Major demonstrations. A big crowd is rallied to demonstrate against a local tyrant or one of the evil gentry who is an enemy of the association. The demonstrators eat at the offender's house, slaughtering his pigs and consuming his grain as a matter of course. Quite a few such cases have occurred. There was a case recently at Maos, Cheongtan County, where a crowd of 15,000 peasants went to the houses of 6 of the evil gentry and demonstrated. The whole affair lasted 4 days, during which more than 130 pigs were killed and eaten. After such demonstrations, the peasants usually impose fines, crowning the landlords and parading them through the villages. This sort of thing is very common. A tall paper hat is stuck on the head of one of the local tyrants or evil gentry, bearing the words "Local Tyrant so-and-so" or "So-and-so of the Evil Gentry." He is led by a rope and escorted with big crowds in front and behind. Sometimes brass gongs are beaten and flags waved to attract people's attention. This form of punishment more than any other makes the local tyrants and evil gentry tremble. Anyone who has once been crowned with a tall paper hat loses face altogether and can never again hold up his head. Hence many of the rich prefer being fined to wearing the tall hat. But wear it they must, if the peasants insist. One ingenious township peasant association arrested an obnoxious member of the gentry and announced that he was to be crowned that very day. The man turned blue with fear. Then the association decided not to crown him that day. They argued that if he were crowned right away, he would become case-hardened and no longer afraid, and that it would be better to let him go home and crown him some other day. Not knowing when he would be crowned, the man was in daily suspense, unable to sit down or sleep at ease. Locking up the landlords in the county jail. This is a heavier punishment than wearing the tall paper hat. A local tyrant or one of the evil gentry is arrested and sent to the county jail. He is locked up and the county magistrate has to try him and punish him. Today the people who are locked up are no longer the same. Formerly it was the gentry who sent peasants to be locked up, now it is the other way round. Banishment. The peasants have no desire to banish the most notorious criminals among the local tyrants and evil gentry, but would rather arrest or execute them. Afraid of being arrested or executed, they run away. In counties where the peasant movement is well developed, almost all the important local tyrants and evil gentry have fled, and this amounts to banishment. Among them, the top ones have fled to Shanghai, those of the second rank to Hankow, those of the third to Changsha, and of the fourth to the county towns. Of all the fugitive local tyrants and evil gentry, those who have fled to Shanghai are the safest. Some of those who fled to Hankow, like the 3 from Huazhong, were eventually captured and brought back. Those who fled to Changsha are in still greater danger of being seized at any moment by students in the provincial capital who hail from their counties. I myself saw 2 captured in Changsha. Those who have taken refuge in the county towns are only of the 4th rank, and the peasantry, having many eyes and ears, can easily track them down. The financial authorities once explained the difficulties encountered by the Hunan provincial government in raising money by the fact that the peasants were banishing the well-to-do, which gives some idea of the extent to which the local tyrants and evil gentry are not tolerated in their home villages. Execution. This is confined to the worst local tyrants and evil gentry and is carried out by the peasants jointly with other sections of the people. For instance, Yang Chitza of Ningxiang, Zhou Qiagan of Yueyang and Fu Taonan and Sun Pochu of Huazhong were shot by the government authorities at the insistence of the peasants and other sections of the people. In the case of Yan Yongchu of Xiangtan, the peasants and other sections of the people compelled the magistrate to agree to hand him over, and the peasants themselves executed him. Lu Chao of Ningxiang was killed by the peasants. The execution of Peng Qifan of Liling and Zhou Tianchao and Xiaoyun of Yiyang is pending, subject to the decision of the Special Tribunal for trying local tyrants and evil gentry. The execution of one such big landlord reverberates through a whole county and is very effective in eradicating the remaining evils of feudalism. Every county has these major tyrants, some as many as several dozen and others at least a few, and the only effective way of suppressing the reactionaries is to execute at least a few in each county who are guilty of the most heinous crimes. When the local tyrants and evil gentry were at the height of their power, they literally slaughtered peasants without batting an eyelid. Ho Meishuan, for 10 years head of the defense corps in the town of Hsinkang, Changsha County, was personally responsible for killing almost 1,000 poverty-stricken peasants, which he euphemistically described as executing bandits. In my native county of Xiangtan, Tang Chunyan and Lo Shulin, who headed the defense corps in the town of Yinshan, have killed more than 50 people and buried 4 alive in the 14 years since 1913. Of the more than 50 they murdered, the first 2 were perfectly innocent beggars. Tang Chunyan said, "Let me make a start by killing a couple of beggars." And so these 2 lives were snuffed out. Such was the cruelty of the local tyrants and evil gentry in former days, such was the white terror they created in the countryside, and now that the peasants have risen and shot a few and created just a little terror in suppressing the counter-revolutionaries, is there any reason for saying they should not do so? 3. Hitting the landlords economically. Prohibition on sending grain out of the area, forcing up grain prices, and hoarding and cornering. This is one of the great events of recent months in the economic struggle of the Hunan peasants. Since last October, the poor peasants have prevented the outflow of the grain of the landlords and rich peasants and have banned the forcing up of grain prices and hoarding and cornering. As a result, the poor peasants have fully achieved their objective. The ban on the outflow of grain is watertight, grain prices have fallen considerably, and hoarding and cornering have disappeared. Prohibition on increasing rents and deposits. 15. Agitation for reduced rents and deposits. Last July and August, when the peasant associations were still weak, the landlords, following their long-established practice of maximum exploitation, served notice one after another on their tenants that rents and deposits would be increased. But by October, when the peasant associations had grown considerably in strength and had all come out against the raising of rents and deposits, the landlords dared not breathe another word on the subject. From November onwards, as the peasants have gained ascendancy over the landlords, they have taken the further step of agitating for reduced rents and deposits. What a pity, they say, that the peasant associations were not strong enough when rents were being paid last autumn, or we could have reduced them then. The peasants are doing extensive propaganda for rent reduction in the coming autumn, and the landlords are asking how the reductions are to be carried out. As for the reduction of deposits, This is already underway in Hongshan and other counties. Prohibition on cancelling tenancies. In July and August of last year there were still many instances of landlords cancelling tenancies and reletting the land. But after October nobody dared cancel a tenancy. Today, the cancelling of tenancies and the reletting of land are quite out of the question. All that remains as something of a problem is whether a tenancy can be cancelled if the landlord wants to cultivate the land himself. In some places even this is not allowed by the peasants. In others the cancelling of a tenancy may be permitted if the landlord wants to cultivate the land himself, but then the problem of unemployment among the tenant peasants arises. There is as yet no uniform way of solving this problem. Reduction of interest. Interest has been generally reduced in Anhua, and there have been reductions in other counties, too. But wherever the peasant associations are powerful, rural money lending has virtually disappeared, the landlords having completely stopped lending for fear that the money will be communized. What is currently called reduction of interest is confined to old loans. Not only is the interest on such old loans reduced, but the creditor is actually forbidden to press for the repayment of the principal. The poor peasant replies, "Don't blame me. The year is nearly over. I'll pay you back next year." For overthrowing the feudal rule of the local tyrants and evil gentry smashing the Tu and Tuan 16. The old organs of political power in the Tu and Tuan, i.e., the district and the township, and especially at the Tu level, just below the county level, used to be almost exclusively in the hands of the local tyrants and evil gentry. The Tu had jurisdiction over a population of from 10 to 50 or 60,000 people, and had its own armed forces such as the Township Defense Corps, its own fiscal powers such as the power to levy taxes per Mao 17 of land, and its own judicial powers such as the power to arrest, imprison, try, and punish the peasants at will. The evil gentry who ran these organs were virtual monarchs of the countryside. Comparatively speaking, the peasants were not so much concerned with the President of the Republic, the provincial military governor 18 or the county magistrate. Their real bosses were these rural monarchs. A mere snort from these people, and the peasants knew they had to watch their step. As a consequence of the present revolt in the countryside, the authority of the landlord class has generally been struck down, and the organs of rural administration dominated by the local tyrants and evil gentry have naturally collapsed in its wake. The heads of the Tu and the Tuan all steer clear of the people, dare not show their faces, and push all local matters onto the peasant associations. They put people off with the remark, "It is none of my business." Whenever their conversation turns to the heads of the Tu and the Tuan, the peasants say angrily, "That bunch. They are finished." Yes, the term finished truly describes the state of the old organs of rural administration wherever the storm of revolution has raged. 5. Overthrowing the armed forces of the landlords and establishing those of the peasants. The armed forces of the landlord class were smaller in central Hunan than in the western and southern parts of the province. An average of 600 rifles for each county would make a total of 45,000 rifles for all the 75 counties. There may, in fact, be more. In the southern and central parts where the peasant movement is well developed, the landlord class cannot hold its own because of the tremendous momentum with which the peasants have risen, and its armed forces have largely capitulated to the peasant associations and taken the side of the peasants. Examples of this are to be found in such counties as Ningxiang, Pinkyang, Liaoyang, Changsha, Liling, Xiangtan, Shangxiang, Anhua, Hongshan and Hongyang. In some counties such as Boking, a small number of the landlords' armed forces are taking a neutral stand, though with a tendency to capitulate. Another small section are opposing the peasant associations, but the peasants are attacking them and may wipe them out before long, as, for example, in such counties as Yuchane, Linwuo, and Kaiaho. The armed forces thus taken over from the reactionary landlords are all being reorganized into a standing household militia 19 and placed under the new organs of rural self-government, which are organs of the political power of the peasantry. Taking over these old armed forces is one way in which the peasants are building up their own armed forces. A new way is through the setting up of spear corps under the peasant associations. The spears have pointed, double-edged blades mounted on long shafts, and there are now 100,000 of these weapons in the county of Shangxiang alone. Other counties like Xiangtan, Hongshan, Liling, and Changsha have 70,000 to 80,000, or 50,000 to 60,000, or 30,000 to 40,000 each. Every county where there is a peasant movement has a rapidly growing spear corps. These peasants thus armed form an irregular household militia. This multitude equipped with spears, which is larger than the old armed forces mentioned above, is a newborn armed power, the mere sight of which makes the local tyrants and evil gentry tremble. The revolutionary authorities in Hunan should see to it that it is built up on a really extensive scale among the more than 20 million peasants in the 75 counties of the province, that every peasant, whether young or in his prime, possesses a spear, and that no restrictions are imposed as though a spear were something dreadful. Anyone who is scared at the sight of the spear corps is indeed a weakling. Only the local tyrants and evil gentry are frightened of them, but no revolutionaries should take fright. 6. Overthrowing the political power of the county magistrate and his bailiffs. That county government cannot be clean until the peasants rise up was proved some time ago in Haifeng, Guangdong province. Now we have added proof, particularly in Hunan. In a county where power is in the hands of the local tyrants and evil gentry, the magistrate, whoever he may be, is almost invariably a corrupt official. In a county where the peasants have risen there is dean government, whoever the magistrate. In the counties I visited, the magistrates had to consult the peasant associations on everything in advance. In counties where the peasant power was very strong, the word of the peasant association worked miracles. If it demanded the arrest of a local tyrant in the morning, the magistrate dared not delay till noon. If it demanded arrest by noon, he dared not delay till the afternoon. When the power of the peasants was just beginning to make itself felt in the countryside, the magistrate worked in league with the local tyrants and evil gentry against the peasants. When the peasants' power grew till it matched that of the landlords, the magistrate took the position of trying to accommodate both the landlords and the peasants, accepting some of the peasant association's suggestions while rejecting others. The remark that the word of the peasant association works miracles applies only when the power of the landlords has been completely beaten down by that of the peasants. At present the political situation in such counties as Shangxiang, Xiangtan, Liling, and Hongshan is as follows. 1. All decisions are made by a joint council consisting of the magistrate and the representatives of the revolutionary mass organizations. The council is convened by the magistrate and meets in his office. In some counties it is called the Joint Council of Public Bodies and the Local Government, and in others the Council of County Affairs. Besides the magistrate himself, the people attending are the representatives of the County Peasant Association, Trade Union Council, Merchant Association, Women's Association, School Staff Association, Student Association, and Kuomintang Headquarters. 20. At such council meetings the magistrate is influenced by the views of the public organizations and invariably does their bidding. The adoption of a democratic committee system of county government should not, therefore, present much of a problem in Hunan. The present county governments are already quite democratic both in form and substance. This situation has been brought about only in the last 2 or 3 months, that is, since the peasants have risen all over the countryside and overthrown the power of the local tyrants and evil gentry. It has now come about that the magistrates, seeing their old props collapse and needing other props to retain their posts, have begun to curry favor with the public organizations. 2. The judicial assistant tees scarcely any cases to handle. The judicial system in Hunan remains one in which the county magistrate is concurrently in charge of judicial affairs, with an assistant to help him in handling cases. To get rich, the magistrate and his underlings used to rely entirely on collecting taxes and levies, procuring men and provisions for the armed forces, and extorting money in civil and criminal lawsuits by confounding right and wrong, the last being the most regular and reliable source of income. In the last few months, with the downfall of the local tyrants and evil gentry, all the legal pettifoggers have disappeared. What is more, the peasants' problems, big and small, are now all settled in the peasant associations at the various levels. Thus the county judicial assistant simply has nothing to do. The one in Shangxiang told me, when there were no peasant associations, an average of 60 civil or criminal suits were brought to the county government each day. Now it receives an average of only 4 or 5 a day. So it is that the purses of the magistrates and their underlings perforce remain empty. 3. The armed guards, the police, and the bailiffs all keep out of the way and dare not go near the villages to practice their extortions. In the past the villagers were afraid of the townspeople, but now the townspeople are afraid of the villagers. In particular the vicious curs kept by the county government, the police, the armed guards and the bailiffs are afraid of going to the villages, or if they do so, they no longer dare to practice their extortions. They tremble at the sight of the peasants' spears. 7. Overthrowing the clan authority of the ancestral temples and clan elders, the religious authority of town and village gods, and the masculine authority of husbands. A man in China is usually subjected to the domination of 3 systems of authority. 1. The state system, political authority, ranging from the national, provincial, and county government down to that of the township. 2. The den system, clan authority, ranging from the central ancestral temple and its branch temples down to the head of the household. And 3. The supernatural system, religious authority, ranging from the king of hell down to the town and village gods belonging to the nether world, and from the emperor of heaven down to all the various gods and spirits belonging to the celestial world. As for women, in addition to being dominated by these 3 systems of authority, they are also dominated by the men, the authority of the husband. These 4 authorities, political, clan, religious and masculine, are the embodiment of the whole feudal patriarchal system and ideology, and are the 4 thick ropes binding the Chinese people, particularly the peasants. How the peasants have overthrown the political authority of the landlords in the countryside has been described above. The political authority of the landlords is the backbone of all the other systems of authority. With that overturned, the clan authority, the religious authority and the authority of the husband all begin to totter. Where the peasant association is powerful, the den elders and administrators of temple funds no longer dare oppress those lower in the clan hierarchy or embezzle clan funds. The worst clan elders and administrators, being local tyrants, have been thrown out. No one any longer dares to practice the cruel corporal and capital punishments that used to be inflicted in the ancestral temples, such as flogging, drowning, and burying alive. The old rule barring women and poor people from the banquets in the ancestral temples has also been broken. The women of Paekno in Hongshan County gathered in force and swarmed into their ancestral temple, firmly planted their backsides in the seats and joined in the eating and drinking, while the venerable den bigwigs had willy-nilly to let them do as they pleased. At another place, where poor peasants had been excluded from temple banquets, a group of them flocked in and ate and drank their fill, while the local tyrants and evil gentry and other long-gowned gentlemen all took to their heels in fright. Everywhere religious authority totters as the peasant movement develops. In many places the peasant associations have taken over the temples of the gods as their offices. Everywhere they advocate the appropriation of temple property in order to start peasant schools and to defray the expenses of the associations, calling it public revenue from superstition. In Liling County, prohibiting superstitious practices and smashing idols have become quite the vogue. In its northern districts the peasants have prohibited the incense-burning processions to propitiate the god of pestilence. There were many idols in the Taoist temple at Phupaling in Lukao, but when extra room was needed for the district headquarters of the Kuomintang, they were all piled up in a corner, big and small together, and no peasant raised any objection. Since then, sacrifices to the gods, the performance of religious rites and the offering of sacred lamps have rarely been practiced when a death occurs in a family. Because the initiative in this matter was taken by the chairman of the Peasant Association, Sun Xiaoshan, he is hated by the local Taoist priests. In the Lungfen nunnery in the North 3rd District, the peasants and primary school teachers chopped up the wooden idols and actually used the wood to cook meat. More than 30 idols in the Tungfu monastery in the Southern District were burned by the students and peasants together, and only 2 small images of Lord Pao 21 were snatched up by an old peasant who said, "Don't commit a sin." In places where the power of the peasants is predominant, only the older peasants and the women still believe in the gods, the younger peasants no longer doing so. Since the latter control the associations, the overthrow of religious authority and the eradication of superstition are going on everywhere. As to the authority of the husband, this has always been weaker among the poor peasants because, out of economic necessity, their womenfolk have to do more manual labor than the women of the richer classes and therefore have more say and greater power of decision in family matters. With the increasing bankruptcy of the rural economy in recent years, the basis for men's domination over women has already been weakened. With the rise of the peasant movement, the women in many places have now begun to organize rural women's associations. The opportunity has come for them to lift up their heads, and the authority of the husband is getting shakier every day. In a word, the whole feudal patriarchal system and ideology is tottering with the growth of the peasants' power. At the present time, however, the peasants are concentrating on destroying the landlord's political authority. Wherever it has been wholly destroyed, they are beginning to press their attack in the 3 other spheres of the clan, the gods, and male domination. But such attacks have only just begun, and there can be no thorough overthrow of all 3 until the peasants have won complete victory in the economic struggle. Therefore, our present task is to lead the peasants to put their greatest efforts into the political struggle, so that the landlord's authority is entirely overthrown. The economic struggle should follow immediately, so that the land problem and the other economic problems of the poor peasants may be fundamentally solved. As for the den system, superstition, and inequality between men and women, their abolition will follow as a natural consequence of victory in the political and economic struggles. If too much of an effort is made, arbitrarily and prematurely, to abolish these things, the local tyrants and evil gentry will seize the pretext to put about such counter-revolutionary propaganda as the Peasant Association has no piety towards ancestors, the Peasant Association is blasphemous and is destroying religion, and the Peasant Association stands for the communization of wives, all for the purpose of undermining the peasant movement. A case in point is the recent events at Shangxiang in Hunan and Yanghsin in Hebei, where the landlords exploited the opposition of some peasants to smashing idols. It is the peasants who made the idols, and when the time comes they will cast the idols aside with their own hands. There is no need for anyone else to do it for them prematurely. The Communist Party's propaganda policy in such matters should be, draw the bow without shooting, just indicate the motions. 22. It is for the peasants themselves to cast aside the idols, pull down the temples to the martyred virgins and the arches to the chaste and faithful widows. It is wrong for anybody else to do it for them. While I was in the countryside, I did some propaganda against superstition among the peasants. I said, if you believe in the 8 characters, 23 you hope for good luck, if you believe in geomancy, 24 you hope to benefit from the location of your ancestral graves. This year, within the space of a few months, the local tyrants, evil gentry, and corrupt officials have all toppled from their pedestals. Is it possible that until a few months ago they all had good luck and enjoyed the benefit of well-sited ancestral graves, while suddenly in the last few months their luck has turned and their ancestral graves have ceased to exert a beneficial influence? The local tyrants and evil gentry jeer at your peasant association and say, how odd. Today, the world is a world of committeemen. Look, you can't even go to pass water without bumping into a committeeman. Quite true. The towns and the villages, the trade unions and the peasant associations, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, all without exception have their executive committee members. It is indeed a world of committeemen. But is this due to the 8 characters and the location of the ancestral graves? How strange. The 8 characters of all the poor wretches in the countryside have suddenly turned auspicious. And their ancestral graves have suddenly started exerting beneficial influences. The gods. Worship them by all means. But if you had only Lord Quan 25 and the Goddess of Mercy and no peasant association, could you have overthrown the local tyrants and evil gentry? The gods and goddesses are indeed miserable objects. You have worshipped them for centuries, and they have not overthrown a single one of the local tyrants or evil gentry for you. Now you want to have your rent reduced. Let me ask, how will you go about it? Will you believe in the gods or in the peasant association? My words made the peasants roar with laughter. 8. Spreading political propaganda. Even if 10,000 schools of law and political science had been opened, could they have brought as much political education to the people, men and women, young and old, all the way into the remotest corners of the countryside, as the peasant associations have done in so short a time? I don't think they could. Down with imperialism. Down with the warlords. Down with the corrupt officials. Down with the local tyrants and evil gentry. These political slogans have grown wings, they have found their way to the young, the middle-aged, and the old, to the women and children in countless villages, they have penetrated into their minds and are on their lips. For instance, watch a group of children at play. If one gets angry with another, if he glares, stamps his foot and shakes his fist, you will then immediately hear from the other the shrill cry of "Down with imperialism." In the Xiangtan area, when the children who pasture the cattle get into a fight, one will act as Tang Shengqi, and the other as Yekhsin, 26. When one is defeated and runs away, with the other chasing him, it is the pursuer who is Tang Shengqi and the pursued Yekhsin. As to the song "Down with the imperialist powers," of course almost every child in the towns can sing it, and now many village children can sing it too. Some of the peasants can also recite Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament. They pick out the terms freedom, equality, the three people's principles and unequal treaties and apply them, if rather crudely, in their daily life. When somebody who looks like one of the gentry encounters a peasant and stands on his dignity, refusing to make way along a pathway, the peasant will say angrily, "Hey, you local tyrant, don't you know the three people's principles?" Formerly, when the peasants from the vegetable farms on the outskirts of Changsha entered the city to sell their produce, they used to be pushed around by the police. Now they have found a weapon, which is none other than the three people's principles. When a policeman strikes or swears at a peasant selling vegetables, the peasant immediately answers back by invoking the three people's principles, and that shuts the policeman up. Once in Xiangtan, when a district peasant association and a township peasant association could not see eye to eye, the chairman of the township association declared, "Down with the district peasant association's unequal treaties." The spread of political propaganda throughout the rural areas is entirely an achievement of the Communist Party and the peasant associations. Simple slogans, cartoons, and speeches have produced such a widespread and speedy effect among the peasants that every one of them seems to have been through a political school. According to the reports of comrades engaged in rural work, political propaganda was very extensive at the time of the three great mass rallies, the anti-British demonstration, the celebration of the October Revolution, and the victory celebration for the Northern Expedition. On these occasions, political propaganda was conducted extensively wherever there were peasant associations, arousing the whole countryside with tremendous effect. From now on, care should be taken to use every opportunity gradually to enrich the content and clarify the meaning of those simple slogans. 9. Peasant bans and prohibitions. When the peasant associations, under Communist Party leadership, establish their authority in the countryside, the peasants begin to prohibit or restrict the things they dislike. Gaming, gambling, and opium smoking are the three things that are most strictly forbidden. Gaming. Where the peasant association is powerful, mahjong, dominoes, and card games are completely banned. The peasant association in the 14th district of Shangxiang burned 2 basketfuls of mahjong sets. If you go to the countryside, you will find none of these games played. Anyone who violates the ban is promptly and strictly punished. Gambling. Former hardened gamblers are now themselves suppressing gambling, This abuse, too, has been swept away in places where the peasant association is powerful. Opium smoking. The prohibition is extremely strict. When the peasant association orders the surrender of opium pipes, no one dares to raise the least objection. In Liling County, one of the evil gentry who did not surrender his pipes was arrested and paraded through the villages. The peasants' campaign to disarm the opium smokers is no less impressive than the disarming of the troops of Wu Peifu and Sun Chuanfang 27 by the Northern Expeditionary Army. Quite a number of venerable fathers of officers in the Revolutionary Army, old men who were opium addicts and inseparable from their pipes, have been disarmed by the emperors, as the peasants are called derisively by the evil gentry. The emperors have banned not only the growing and smoking of opium, but also trafficking in it. A great deal of the opium transported from Quaichao to Kiangsi via the counties of Boking, Shangziang, Yaxian and Liling has been intercepted on the way and burned. This has affected government revenues. As a result, out of consideration for the army's need for funds in the northern expedition, the Provincial Peasant Association ordered the associations at the lower levels temporarily to postpone the ban on opium traffic. This, however, has upset and displeased the peasants. There are many other things besides these three which the peasants have prohibited or restricted, the following being some examples. The flower drum. Vulgar performances are forbidden in many places. Sedan chairs in many counties, especially Shangziang, there have been cases of smashing sedan chairs. The peasants, detesting the people who use this conveyance, are always ready to smash the chairs, but the peasant associations forbid them to do so. Association officials tell the peasants, if you smash the chairs, you only save the rich money and lose the carriers their jobs. Will that not hurt our own people? Seeing the point, the peasants have worked out a new tactic considerably to increase the fares charged by the chair carriers so as to penalize the rich. Distilling and sugar making. The use of grain for distilling spirits and making sugar is everywhere prohibited, and the distillers and sugar refiners are constantly complaining. Distilling is not banned in Fujianpio, Hongshan County, but prices are fixed very low, and the wine and spirits dealers, seeing no prospect of profit, have had to stop it. Pigs. The number of pigs a family can keep is limited, for pigs consume grain. Chickens and ducks. In Shangziang County the raising of chickens and ducks is prohibited, but the women object. In Hongshan County, each family in Yangtang is allowed to keep only 3, and in Fujianpio 5. In many places the raising of ducks is completely banned, for ducks not only consume grain but also ruin the rice plants and so are worse than chickens. Feasts. Sumptuous feasts are generally forbidden. In Shaoshan, Xiangtan County, it has been decided that guests are to be served with only 3 kinds of animal food, namely, chicken, fish and pork. It is also forbidden to serve bamboo shoots, kelp and lentil noodles. In Hongshan County it has been resolved that 8 dishes and no more may be served at a banquet. 28 Only 5 dishes are allowed in the East 3rd District in Liling County, and only 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes in the North 2nd District, while in the West 3rd District New Year feasts are forbidden entirely. In Shangziang County, there is a ban on all egg cake feasts, which are by no means sumptuous. When a family in the 2nd District of Shangziang gave an egg cake feast at a son's wedding, the peasants, seeing the ban violated, swarmed into the house and broke up the celebration. In the town of Kayamo, Shangziang County, the people have refrained from eating expensive foods and use only fruit when offering ancestral sacrifices. Oxen. Oxen are a treasured possession of the peasants. Slaughter an ox in this life and you will be an ox in the next has become almost a religious tenet. Oxen must never be killed. Before the peasants had power, they could only appeal to religious taboo in opposing the slaughter of cattle and had no means of banning it. Since the rise of the peasant associations their jurisdiction has extended even to the cattle, and they have prohibited the slaughter of cattle in the towns. Of the 6 butcheries in the county town of Xiangtan, 5 are now closed and the remaining one slaughters only enfeebled or disabled animals. The slaughter of cattle is totally prohibited throughout the county of Hungshan. A peasant whose ox broke a leg consulted the peasant association before he dared kill it. When the Chamber of Commerce of Chuchao rashly slaughtered a cow, the peasants came into town and demanded an explanation, and the chamber, besides paying a fine, had to let off firecrackers by way of apology. Tramps and vagabonds. A resolution passed in Liling County prohibited the drumming of New Year greetings or the chanting of praises to the local deities or the singing of lotus rhymes. Various other counties have similar prohibitions, or these practices have disappeared of themselves, as no one observes them anymore. The beggar bullies or vagabonds who used to be extremely aggressive now have no alternative but to submit to the peasant associations. In Shaoshan, Xiangtan County, the vagabonds used to make the temple of the rain god their regular haunt and feared nobody, but since the rise of the associations they have stolen away. The peasant association in Hoodie Township in the same county caught 3 such tramps and made them carry clay for the brick kilns. Resolutions have been passed prohibiting the wasteful customs associated with New Year calls and gifts. Besides these, many other minor prohibitions have been introduced in various places, such as the Liling prohibitions on incense-burning processions to propitiate the god of pestilence, on buying preserves and fruit for ritual presents, burning ritual paper garments during the Festival of Spirits and pasting up good luck posters at the New Year at Kushui in Shangxiang County. There is a prohibition even on smoking water pipes. In the 2nd district, letting off firecrackers and ceremonial guns is forbidden, with a fine of 1.20 yuan for the former and 2.40 yuan for the latter. Religious rites for the dead are prohibited in the 7th and 20th districts. In the 18th district, it is forbidden to make funeral gifts of money. Things like these, which defy enumeration, may be generally called peasant bans and prohibitions. They are of great significance in 2 respects. First, they represent a revolt against bad social customs, such as gaming, gambling, opium smoking. These customs arose out of the rotten political environment of the landlord class and are swept away once its authority is overthrown. Second, the prohibitions are a form of self-defense against exploitation by city merchants. Such are the prohibitions on feasts and on buying preserves and fruit for ritual presents. Manufactured goods are extremely dear and agricultural products are extremely cheap. The peasants are impoverished and ruthlessly exploited by the merchants and they must therefore encourage frugality to protect themselves. As for the ban on sending grain out of the area, it is imposed to prevent the price from rising because the poor peasants have not enough to feed themselves and have to buy grain on the market. The reason for all this is the peasants' poverty and the contradictions between town and country. It is not a matter of their rejecting manufactured goods or trade between town and country in order to uphold the so-called doctrine of Oriental culture. 29. To protect themselves economically, the peasants must organize consumers' cooperatives for the collective buying of goods. It is also necessary for the government to help the peasant associations establish credit, loan, cooperatives. If these things were done, the peasants would naturally end it unnecessary to ban the outflow of grain as a method of keeping down the price, nor would they have to prohibit the inflow of certain manufactured goods in economic self-defense. 10. Eliminating banditry. In my opinion, no ruler in any dynasty from Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu down to the Qing emperors and the presidents of the republic has ever shown as much prowess in eliminating banditry as have the peasant associations today. Wherever the peasant associations are powerful there is not a trace of banditry. Surprisingly enough, in many places even the pilfering of vegetables has disappeared. In other places there are still some pilferers. But in the counties I visited, even including those that were formerly bandit-ridden, there was no trace of bandits. The reasons are, first, the members of the peasant associations are everywhere spread out over the hills and dales, spear or cudgel in hand, ready to go into action in their hundreds, so that the bandits have nowhere to hide. Second, since the rise of the peasant movement the price of grain has dropped. It was 6 yuan a pickle last spring but only 2 yuan last winter and the problem of food has become less serious for the people. Third, members of the secret societies 30 have joined the peasant associations, in which they can openly and legally play the hero and vent their grievances, so that there is no further need for the secret mountain, lodge, shrine, and river forms of organization. 31 In killing the pigs and shrine of the local tyrants and evil gentry and imposing heavy levies and fines, they have adequate outlets for their feelings against those who oppress them. Fourth, the armies are recruiting large numbers of soldiers and many of the unruly have joined up. Thus the evil of banditry has ended with the rise of the peasant movement. On this point, even the well-to-do approve of the peasant associations. Their comment is, the peasant associations. Well, to be fair, there is also something to be said for them. In prohibiting gaming, gambling and opium smoking, and in eliminating banditry, the peasant associations have won general approval. 11 Abolishing exorbitant levies. As the country is not yet unified and the authority of the imperialists and the warlords has not been overthrown, there is as yet no way of removing the heavy burden of government taxes and levies on the peasants or, more explicitly, of removing the burden of expenditure for the Revolutionary Army. However, the exorbitant levies imposed on the peasants when the local tyrants and evil gentry dominated rural administration, example the surcharge on each mao of land, have been abolished or at least reduced with the rise of the peasant movement and the downfall of the local tyrants and evil gentry. This too should be counted among the achievements of the peasant associations. 12 The movement for education. In China, education has always been the exclusive preserve of the landlords, and the peasants have had no access to it. But the landlord's culture is created by the peasants, for its sole source is the peasants' sweat and blood. In China 90% of the people have had no education, and of these the overwhelming majority are peasants. The moment the power of the landlords was overthrown in the rural areas, the peasants' movement for education began. See how the peasants who hitherto detested the schools are today zealously setting up evening classes. They always disliked the foreign-style school. In my student days, when I went back to the village and saw that the peasants were against the foreign-style school, I, too, used to identify myself with the general run of foreign-style students and teachers and stand up for it, feeling that the peasants were somehow wrong. It was not until 1925, when I lived in the countryside for 6 months and was already a communist and had acquired the Marxist viewpoint, that I realized I had been wrong and the peasants right. The texts used in the rural primary schools were entirely about urban things and unsuited to rural needs. Besides, the attitude of the primary school teachers towards the peasants was very bad and, far from being helpful to the peasants, they became objects of dislike. Hence the peasants preferred the old-style schools, Chinese classes, as they called them, to the modern schools, which they called foreign classes, and the old-style teachers to the ones in the primary schools. Now the peasants are enthusiastically establishing evening classes, which they call peasant schools. Some have already been opened, others are being organized, and on the average there is one school per township. The peasants are very enthusiastic about these schools, and regard them, and only them, as their own. The funds for the evening schools come from the public revenue from superstition, from ancestral temple funds, and from other idle public funds or property. The county education boards wafted to use this money to establish primary schools, that is, foreign-style schools not suited to the needs of the peasants, while the latter wanted to use it for peasant schools, and the outcome of the dispute was that both got some of the money, though there are places where the peasants got it all. The development of the peasant movement has resulted in a rapid rise in their cultural level. Before long tens of thousands of schools will have sprung up in the villages throughout the province. This is quite different from the empty talk about universal education, which the intelligentsia and the so-called educationalists have been bandying back and forth and which after all this time remains an empty phrase. 13. The cooperative movement. The peasants really need cooperatives, and especially consumers, marketing and credit cooperatives. When they buy goods, the merchants exploit them; when they sell their farm produce, the merchants cheat them; when they borrow money for rice, they are fleeced by the usurers, and they are eager to find a solution to these three problems. During the fighting in the Yangtze Valley last winter, when trade routes were cut and the price of salt went up in Hunan, many peasants organized cooperatives to purchase salt. When the landlords deliberately stopped lending, there were many attempts by the peasants to organize credit agencies, because they needed to borrow money. A major problem is the absence of detailed, standard rules of organization. As these spontaneously organized peasant cooperatives often fail to conform to cooperative principles, the comrades working among the peasants are always eagerly inquiring about rules and regulations. Given proper guidance, the cooperative movement can spread everywhere along with the growth of the peasant associations. 14. Building roads and repairing embankments. This, too, is one of the achievements of the peasant associations. Before there were peasant associations, the roads in the countryside were terrible. Roads cannot be repaired without money, and as the wealthy were unwilling to dip into their purses, the roads were left in a bad state. If there was any road work done at all, it was done as an act of charity. A little money was collected from families wishing to gain merit in the next world, and a few narrow, skimpily paved roads were built. With the rise of the peasant associations, orders have been given specifying the required width 3, 5, 7 or 10 feet, according to the requirements of the different routes, and each landlord along a road has been ordered to build a section. Once the order is given, who dares to disobey? In a short time many good roads have appeared. This is no work of charity but the result of compulsion, and a little compulsion of this kind is not at all a bad thing. The same is true of the embankments. The ruthless landlords were always out to take what they could from the tenant peasants and would never spend even a few coppers on embankment repairs. They would leave the ponds to dry up and the tenant peasants to starve, caring about nothing but the rent. Now that there are peasant associations, the landlords can be bluntly ordered to repair the embankments. When a landlord refuses, the association will tell him politely, "Very well. If you won't do the repairs, you will contribute grain, a TOU for each workday." As this is a bad bargain for the landlord, he hastens to do the repairs. Consequently, many defective embankments have been turned into good ones. All the 14 deeds enumerated above have been accomplished by the peasants under the leadership of the peasant associations. Would the reader please think it over and say whether any of them is bad in its fundamental spirit and revolutionary significance? Only the local tyrants and evil gentry, I think, will call them bad. Curiously enough, it is reported from Nanchang 32 that Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Ching-chang 33 and other such gentlemen do not altogether approve of the activities of the Hunan peasants. This opinion is shared by Liu Yuechi 34 and other right-wing leaders in Hunan, all of whom say, they have simply gone red. But where would the national revolution be without this bit of red? To talk about arousing the masses of the people day in and day out and then to be scared to death when the masses do rise, what difference is there between this and Lord She's love of dragons? 35. Why is it that red political power can exist in China? October 5, 1928. The internal political situation. The present regime of the new warlords of the Kuomintang remains a regime of the comprador class in the cities and the landlord class in the countryside. It is a regime which has capitulated to imperialism in its foreign relations and which at home has replaced the old warlords with new ones, subjecting the working class and the peasantry to an even more ruthless economic exploitation and political oppression. The bourgeois democratic revolution which started in Guangdong province had gone only halfway when the comprador and landlord classes usurped the leadership and immediately shifted it onto the road of counter-revolution. Throughout the country the workers, the peasants, the other sections of the common people, and even the bourgeoisie, have remained under counter-revolutionary rule and obtained not the slightest particle of political or economic emancipation. Before their capture of Peking and Tientsin, the four cliques of the new Kuomintang warlords, Chiang Kai-shek, the Guangxi warlords, Feng Yushang and Yan Xishan, formed a temporary alliance against Chiang Tsolin. As soon as these cities were captured, this alliance broke up, giving way to bitter struggle among the four cliques, and now a war is brewing between the Chiang and the Guangxi cliques. The contradictions and struggles among the cliques of warlords in China reflect the contradictions and struggles among the imperialist powers. Hence, as long as China is divided among the imperialist powers, the various cliques of warlords cannot under any circumstances come to terms, and whatever compromises they may reach will only be temporary. A temporary compromise today engenders a bigger war tomorrow. China is in urgent need of a bourgeois democratic revolution, and this revolution can be completed only under the leadership of the proletariat. Because the proletariat failed to exercise firm leadership in the revolution of 1926-27, which started from Guangdong and spread towards the Yangtze River, leadership was seized by the comprador and landlord classes and the revolution was replaced by counter-revolution. The bourgeois democratic revolution thus met with a temporary defeat. This defeat was a heavy blow to the Chinese proletariat and peasantry and also a blow to the Chinese bourgeoisie, but not to the comprador and landlord classes. Yet in the last few months, both in the north and in the south, there has been a growth of organized strikes by the workers in the cities and of insurrections by the peasants in the countryside under the leadership of the Communist Party. Hunger and cold are creating great unrest among the soldiers of the warlord armies. Meanwhile, urged on by the clique headed by Wang Qingwei and Chen Kungpo, the bourgeoisie is promoting a reform movement of considerable proportions in the coastal areas and along the Yangtze River. This is a new development. According to the directives of the Communist International and the Central Committee of our party, the content of China's democratic revolution consists in overthrowing the rule of imperialism and its warlord tools in China so as to complete the national revolution, and in carrying out the agrarian revolution so as to eliminate the feudal exploitation of the peasants by the landlord class. Such a revolutionary movement has been growing day by day since the Xinan Massacre 5 in May 1928. 2 reasons for the emergence and survival of red political power in China. 6. The long-term survival inside a country of one or more small areas under red political power completely encircled by a white regime is a phenomenon that has never occurred anywhere else in the world. There are special reasons for this unusual phenomenon. It can exist and develop only under certain conditions. First, it cannot occur in any imperialist country or in any colony under direct imperialist rule. 7. But can only occur in China, which is economically backward, and which is semi-colonial and under indirect imperialist rule. For this unusual phenomenon can occur only in conjunction with another unusual phenomenon, namely, war within the white regime. It is a feature of semi-colonial China that, since the first year of the Republic 1912, the various cliques of old and new warlords have waged incessant wars against one another, supported by imperialism from abroad and by the comprador and landlord classes at home. Such a phenomenon is to be found in none of the imperialist countries, nor for that matter in any colony under direct imperialist rule, but only in a country like China which is under indirect imperialist rule. 2 things account for its occurrence, namely, a localized agricultural economy, not a unified capitalist economy, and the imperialist policy of marking off spheres of influence in order to divide and exploit. The prolonged splits and wars within the white regime provide a condition for the emergence and persistence of one or more small red areas under the leadership of the Communist Party amidst the encirclement of the white regime. The independent regime carved out on the borders of Hunan and Jiangxi provinces is one of many such small areas. In difficult or critical times, some comrades often have doubts about the survival of red political power and become pessimistic. The reason is that they have not found the correct explanation for its emergence and survival. If only we realize that splits and wars will never cease within the white regime in China, we shall have no doubts about the emergence, survival, and daily growth of red political power. Second, the regions where China's red political power has first emerged and is able to last for a long time have not been those unaffected by the democratic revolution, such as Sichuan, Guizhou, Yunnan, and the northern provinces, but regions such as the provinces of Hunan, Guangdong, Hupo, and Jiangxi, where the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers rose in great numbers in the course of the bourgeois democratic revolution of 1926 and 1927. In many parts of these provinces trade unions and peasant associations were formed on a wide scale, and many economic and political struggles were waged by the working class and the peasantry against the landlord class and the bourgeoisie. This is why the people held political power for 3 days in the city of Canton and why independent regimes of peasants emerged in Haifeng and Lufeng, in eastern and southern Hunan, in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area and in Huanggan, Hebei province. 8. As for the present Red Army, it is a split off from the National Revolutionary Army which underwent democratic political training and came under the influence of the masses of workers and peasants. The elements that make up the Red Army cannot possibly come from armies like those of Yan Xishan and Chang Tsolin, which have not received any democratic political training or come under the influence of the workers and peasants. Third, whether it is possible for the people's political power in small areas to last depends on whether the nationwide revolutionary situation continues to develop. If it does, then the small red areas will undoubtedly last for a long time, and will, moreover, inevitably become one of the many forces for winning nationwide political power. If the nationwide revolutionary situation does not continue to develop but stagnates for a fairly long time, then it will be impossible for the small red areas to last long. Actually, the revolutionary situation in China is continuing to develop with the continuous splits and wars within the ranks of the comprador and landlord classes and of the international bourgeoisie. Therefore the small red areas will undoubtedly last for a long time, and will also continue to expand and gradually approach the goal of seizing political power throughout the country. Fourth, the existence of a regular Red Army of adequate strength is a necessary condition for the existence of Red political power. If we have local Red Guards 9 only but no regular Red Army, then we cannot cope with the regular White forces, but only with the landlords' levies. Therefore, even when the masses of workers and peasants are active, it is definitely impossible to create an independent regime, let alone an independent regime which is durable and grows daily, unless we have regular forces of adequate strength. It follows that the idea of establishing independent regimes of the workers and the peasants by armed force is an important one which must be fully grasped by the Communist Party and by the masses of workers and peasants in areas under the independent regime. Fifth, another important condition in addition to the above is required for the prolonged existence and development of Red political power, namely, that the Communist Party organization should be strong and its policy correct. 3. The independent regime in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area and the August defeat. Splits and wars among the warlords weaken the power of the White regime. Thus opportunities are provided for the rise of Red political power in small areas. But fighting among the warlords does not go on every day. Whenever the White regime in one or more provinces enjoys temporary stability, the ruling classes there inevitably combine and do their utmost to destroy Red political power. In areas where all the necessary conditions for its establishment and persistence are not fulfilled, Red political power is in danger of being overthrown by the enemy. This is the reason why many Red regimes emerging at favorable moments before last April in places like Canton, Haifeng, and Lufeng, the Hunan-Kiangsi border area, southern Hunan, Liling, and Huanggan were crushed one after another by the White regime. From April onward the independent regime in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area was confronted with a temporarily stable ruling power in the south, and Hunan and Kiangsi would usually dispatch 8, 9 or more regiments, sometimes as many as 18, to suppress us. Yet with a force of less than 4 regiments we fought the enemy for 4 long months, daily enlarging the territory under our independent regime, deepening the agrarian revolution, extending the organizations of the people's political power, and expanding the Red Army and the Red Guards. This was possible because the policies of the Communist Party organizations, local and army, in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area were correct. The policies of the Border Area Special Committee and the Army Committee of the party were then as follows. Struggle resolutely against the enemy, set up political power in the middle section of the Losiao mountain range, 10 and oppose flightism. Deepen the agrarian revolution in areas under the independent regime. Promote the development of the local party organization with the help of the army party organization and promote the development of the local armed forces with the help of the regular army. Concentrate the Red Army units in order to fight the enemy, confronting them when the time is opportune, and oppose the division of forces so as to avoid being destroyed one by one. Adopt the policy of advancing in a series of waves to expand the area under the independent regime, and oppose the policy of expansion by adventurous advance. Thanks to these proper tactics, to a terrain favorable to our struggle, and to the inadequate coordination between the troops invading from Hunan and those invading from Jiangxi, we were able to win a number of victories in the 4 months from April to July. Although several times stronger than we, the enemy was unable to prevent the constant expansion of our regime, let alone to destroy it, and our regime tended to exert an ever-growing influence on Hunan and Jiangxi. The sole reason for the August defeat was that, failing to realize that the period was one of temporary stability for the ruling classes, some comrades adopted a strategy suited to a period of political splits within the ruling classes and divided our forces for an adventurous advance, thus causing defeat both in the border area and in southern Hunan. Comrade Tu Xiuqing, the representative of the Hunan Provincial Committee, failed to grasp the actual situation and disregarded the resolutions of the joint meeting of the Special Committee, the Army Committee and the Young Hsin County Committee of the party. He just mechanically enforced the order of the Hunan Provincial Committee and echoed the views of the Red Army's 28th Regiment, which wanted to evade struggle and return home, and his mistake was exceedingly grave. The situation arising from this defeat was salvaged as a result of the corrective measures taken by the Special Committee and the Army Committee of the party after September. For the role of the independent regime of the Hunan-Jiangxi border area in Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi. The significance of the armed independent regime of workers and peasants in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area, with Ningkang as its center, is definitely not confined to the few counties in the border area. This regime will play an immense role in the process of the seizure of political power in Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi through the insurrection of the workers and peasants in these three provinces. The following are tasks of great importance for the party in the border area in connection with the insurrections unfolding in Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi. Extend the influence of the agrarian revolution and of the people's political power in the border area to the lower reaches of the rivers in Hunan and Jiangxi and as far as Hebei. Constantly expand the Red Army and enhance its quality through struggle so that it can fulfill its mission in the coming general insurrection of the three provinces. Enlarge the local armed forces in the counties, that is, the Red Guards and the workers and peasants insurrection detachments, and enhance their quality so that they are able to fight the landlords' levies and small armed units now and safeguard the political power of the border area in the future. Gradually reduce the extent to which local work is dependent on the assistance of the Red Army personnel, so that the border area will have its own personnel to take charge of the work and even provide personnel for the Red Army and the expanded territory of the independent regime. Economic problems. The shortage of necessities and cash has become a very big problem for the army and the people inside the White Encirclement. Because of the tight enemy blockade, necessities such as salt, cloth, and medicines have been very scarce and dear all through the past year in the independent border area, which has upset, sometimes to an acute degree, the lives of the masses of the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie, 11 as well as of the soldiers of the Red Army. The Red Army has to fight the enemy and to provision itself at one and the same time. It even lacks funds to pay the daily food allowance of 5 cents per person, which is provided in addition to grain. The soldiers are undernourished, many are ill, and the wounded in the hospitals are worse off. Such difficulties are of course unavoidable before the nationwide seizure of political power, yet there is a pressing need to overcome them to some extent, to make life somewhat easier, and especially to secure more adequate supplies for the Red Army. Unless the party in the border area can find proper ways to deal with economic problems, the independent regime will have great difficulties during the comparatively long period in which the enemy's rule will remain stable. An adequate solution of these economic problems undoubtedly merits the attention of every party member. 6. The problem of military bases. The party in the border area has another task, namely, the consolidation of the military bases at Five Wells 12 and Chulung. The Five Wells mountain area at the juncture of Young Hsin, Lingshan, Ningkang, and Sichuan counties, and the Chulung Mountain area at the juncture of Yonghsin, Ningkong, Chailing, and Lianhua counties, both of which have topographical advantages, are important military bases not only for the border area at present, but also for insurrections in Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi in the future, and this is particularly true of Five Wells, where we have the support of the people as well as a terrain that is especially difficult and strategically important. The way to consolidate these bases is, first, to construct adequate defenses, second, to store sufficient grain and, third, to set up comparatively good Red Army hospitals. The party in the border area must strive to perform these three tasks effectively. The struggle in the Qingkang Mountains. November 25, 1928. The independent regime in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area and the August defeat. This was a report submitted by Comrade Mao Zedong to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Comparatively stable, as it was in the southern provinces after April this year, our strategy must be one of gradual advance. In such a period, the worst thing in military affairs is to divide our forces for an adventurous advance, and the worst thing in local work, distributing land, establishing political power, expanding the party and organizing local armed forces, is to scatter our personnel and neglect to lay a solid foundation in the central districts. The defeats which many small red areas have suffered have been due either to the absence of the requisite objective conditions or to subjective mistakes in tactics. Mistakes in tactics have been made solely because of failure to distinguish clearly between the two kinds of period, that in which the regime of the ruling classes is temporarily stable and that in which it is split up. In a period of temporary stability, some comrades advocated dividing our forces for an adventurous advance and even proposed leaving the defense of extensive areas to the Red Guards alone, as though oblivious of the fact that the enemy could attack not merely with the landlords' levies but even in concentrated operations with regular troops. In local work, they utterly neglected to lay a solid foundation in the central districts and attempted unrestricted expansion regardless of whether it was within our capacity. If anyone advocated a policy of gradual advance in military operations or a policy of concentrating our effort in local work on laying a solid foundation in the central districts so as to secure an invincible position, they dubbed him a conservative. Their wrong ideas were the root cause of the defeats sustained last August by the Hunan-Jiangxi border area and by the 4th Red Army in southern Hunan. China is the only country in the world today where one or more small areas under red political power have emerged in the midst of a white regime which encircles them. We find on analysis that one reason for this phenomenon lies in the incessant splits and wars within China's comprador and landlord classes. So long as these splits and wars continue, it is possible for an armed independent regime of workers and peasants to survive and grow. In addition, its survival and growth require the following conditions: 1. A sound mass base, 2. A sound party organization, 3. A fairly strong Red Army, 4. Terrain favorable to military operations, and 5. Economic resources sufficient for sustenance. An independent regime must vary its strategy against the encircling ruling classes, adopting one strategy when the ruling class regime is temporarily stable and another when it is split up. In a period when the ruling classes are split up, as during the wars between Li Tsungjian and Tang Shengqi in Hunan and Hupo provinces 1 and between Chang Fakai and Li Qishen in Guangdong province, 2, our strategy can be comparatively adventurous and the area carved out by military operations can be comparatively large. However, we must take care to lay a solid foundation in the central districts so that we shall have something secure to rely on when the White Terror strikes. In a period when the regime of the ruling classes is comparatively stable, as it was in the southern provinces after April this year, our strategy must be one of gradual advance. In such a period, the worst thing in military affairs is to divide our forces for an adventurous advance, and the worst thing in local work, distributing land, establishing political power, expanding the party and organizing local armed forces, is to scatter our personnel and neglect to lay a solid foundation in the central districts. The defeats which many small red areas have suffered have been due either to the absence of the requisite objective conditions or to subjective mistakes in tactics. Mistakes in tactics have been made solely because of failure to distinguish clearly between the two kinds of period, that in which the regime of the ruling classes is temporarily stable and that in which it is split up. In a period of temporary stability, some comrades advocated dividing our forces for an adventurous advance and even proposed leaving the defense of extensive areas to the Red Guards alone, as thought oblivious of the fact that the enemy could attack not merely with the landlord's levies but even in concentrated operations with regular troops. In local work, they utterly neglected to lay a solid foundation in the central districts and attempted unrestricted expansion regardless of whether it was within our capacity. If anyone advocated a policy of gradual advance in military operations or a policy of concentrating our effort in local work on laying a solid foundation in the central districts so as to secure an invincible position, they dubbed him a conservative. Their wrong ideas were the root cause of the defeats sustained last August by the Hunan-Kiangsi border area and by the 4th Red Army in southern Hunan. Our work in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area began in October last year. At the start, all our party organizations in the counties were defunct. The local armed forces consisted only of the 2 units under UN Wentzai and Wangtso in the vicinity of the Chinkang Mountains, each unit having 60 rifles in bad repair, while the Peasant Self-Defense Corps in the counties of Yonghsin, Lianhua, Chaling, and Lingshan had been totally disarmed by the landlord class and the revolutionary ardor of the masses had been stifled. By February this year Ningkang, Yonghsin, Chaling, and Sichuan had county party committees, Lingshan had a special district party committee, and in Lianhua a party organization was beginning to function and establish connections with the Wannan County Committee. All the counties except Lingshan had a few local armed units. In Ningkang, Chaling, Sichuan and Yonghsin, and especially in the 2 latter counties, there were a good many guerrilla uprisings against the landlords which aroused the masses, and all were fairly successful. In that period the agrarian revolution had not yet been carried very far. The organs of political power were called governments of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. Soldiers' committees 3 were set up in the army. When units went on separate missions, action committees were set up to direct them. The leading body of the party there was the Front Committee, with Mao Zedong as secretary, which had been appointed by the Hunan Provincial Committee during the autumn harvest uprising. In early March, upon the request of the Southern Hunan Special Committee, the Front Committee was abolished and reorganized as the Divisional Party Committee, with Ho Tingying as secretary, which thus became a body in charge of party organizations in the army only and without authority over the local party organizations. Meanwhile, Mao Zedong's forces were dispatched to southern Hunan upon the request of the special committee there, and consequently the Hunan-Kiangsi border area was occupied by the enemy for more than a month. At the end of March came the defeat in southern Hunan, and in April the forces under Chu Tai and those under Mao Zedong, together with the peasant army of southern Hunan, withdrew to Ningkang and began to re-establish the independent regime in the border area. From April onward the independent regime in the Hunan-Kiangsi border area was confronted with a temporarily stable ruling power in the south, and Hunan and Kiangsi would dispatch at least 8 or 9 regiments of reactionary forces to suppress us and sometimes as many as 18. Yet with a force of less than 4 regiments we fought the enemy for 4 long months, daily enlarging the territory under our independent regime, deepening the agrarian revolution, extending the people's political power and expanding the Red Army and the Red Guards. This was possible because the policies of the party organizations, local and army, in the border area were correct. The policies of the Border Area Special Committee, with Mao Zedong as secretary, and the Army Committee, with Chen Yi as secretary, of the party were then as follows. Struggle resolutely against the enemy, set up political power in the middle section of the Losiao mountain range, and oppose flightism. Deepen the agrarian revolution in areas under the independent regime. Promote the development of the local party organization with the help of the army party organization and promote the development of the local armed forces with the help of the regular army. be on the defensive against Hunan with its comparatively strong ruling power, and take the offensive against Gyeongsi with its comparatively weak ruling power. Devote great efforts to the development of Young Hsin, set up an independent regime of the people there and prepare for a prolonged struggle. Concentrate the Red Army units in order to fight the enemy confronting them when the time is opportune, and oppose the division of forces so as to avoid being destroyed one by one. Adopt the policy of advancing in a series of waves to expand the area under the independent regime, and oppose the policy of expansion by adventurous advance. Thanks to these proper tactics, to the terrain of the border area which favored our struggle, and to the inadequate coordination between the troops invading from Hunan and those invading from Gyeongsi, we were able to win a number of military victories and expand the people's independent regime in the 4 months from April to July. Although several times stronger than we, the enemy was unable to prevent the expansion of our regime, let alone to destroy it. Our regime tended to exert an ever-growing influence on Hunan and Gyeongsi. The sole reason for the August defeat was that, failing to realize that the period was one of temporary stability for the ruling classes, some comrades adopted a policy suited to a period of splits within the ruling classes and divided our forces for an adventurous advance on southern Hunan, thus causing defeat both in the border area and in southern Hunan. Tu Xiuqing, the representative of the Hunan Provincial Committee, and Yang Kaiming, the secretary of the Border Area Special Committee who had been appointed by the Provincial Committee, failed to grasp the actual situation and, taking advantage of the fact that Mao Zedong, Wan Shixian and other strongly dissenting comrades were far away in Young Hsin, they disregarded the resolutions of the joint meeting of the Army Committee, the Special Committee and the Young Hsin County Committee of the party, which disapproved of the views of the Hunan Provincial Committee. They just mechanically enforced the order of the Hunan Provincial Committee to march to southern Hunan and fell in with the desire of the Red Army's 28th Regiment, composed of peasants from Yuchang, to evade struggle and return home, thus causing defeat both in the border area and in southern Hunan. Originally, in mid-July, the 8th Army from Hunan, under Wu Shang, had invaded Ningkang, penetrated to Young Hsin, sought battle with us in vain. Our men tried to attack them from a side road but missed them, and then, being afraid of the masses who supported us, hurriedly retreated to Chaling via Lianhua. In the meantime, the major detachment of the Red Army, which was advancing from Ningkang to attack Lingshan and Chaling, changed its plans on reaching Lingshan and turned towards southern Hunan, while the enemy forces from Gyeongsi, consisting 5 regiments of the 3rd Army under Wang Chun and Shin Hanting and 6 regiments of the 6th Army under Hu Wentiou, launched a joint assault on Young Hsin. At that point we had only 1 regiment in Young Hsin which, under the cover provided by the broad masses of the people, pinned down these 11 regiments within a radius of 30 li of Young Hsin county town for as long as 25 days by means of guerrilla attacks from every direction. In the end we lost Young Hsin because of the enemy's fierce assault, and also lost Lianhua and Ningkang shortly afterwards. At that moment internal dissensions suddenly flared up among the Gyeongsi enemy forces. The 6th Army under Hu Wentiou withdrew in haste and presently engaged Wang Chun's 3rd Army at Changshu. The other 5 Gyeongsi regiments then hastily withdrew to the county town of Young Hsin. Had our major detachment not moved to southern Hunan, it would have been entirely possible to rout this enemy force and extend the area of the independent regime to include Qian, Anfu, and Pingshang and to link it up with Pinkyang and Liaoyang. But as the major detachment was away and the 1 remaining regiment was much too exhausted, it was decided that some men should remain to defend the Qingkang Mountains in cooperation with the 2 units under Yuan Wenxi and Wangzhou, and that I should take the rest to Katong to meet the major detachment and to invite it back. By that time the major detachment was retreating from southern Hunan to Katong, and on August 23 we joined forces there. When the major detachment of the Red Army had arrived in Lingshan in mid-July, the officers and men of the 29th Regiment, who were wavering politically and wanted to return to their homes in southern Hunan, refused to obey orders, while the 8th Regiment was against going to southern Hunan and wanted to go to southern Gyeongsi, but in any case did not want to return to Young Hsin. As Tu Xiuqing encouraged the 29th Regiment in their mistaken ideas and the Army Committee failed to dissuade them, the major detachment set out from Lingshan for Chenqiao on July 17. In an engagement with the enemy forces under Fan Shisheng in Chenqiao on July 24, it was initially successful but was later defeated and withdrew from the battle. Thereupon, acting on its own, the 29th Regiment hurried homeward to Yuchane with the result that one section was annihilated at Lokane by Hu Fengchang's bandits, another scattered in the Chenkov-Yuchane area and has never been heard of since, and no more than 100 men were mustered again that day. Fortunately, the 28th Regiment, which was the main force, had not suffered great losses and on August 18 it occupied Katong. On August 3 the regiment was joined by the troops from the Qingkang Mountains, to which it was decided that the combined forces should return by way of Cheng'ai and Shangyu. When we reached Cheng'ai, Battalion Commander Yuan Chengchuan defected with an infantry company and an artillery company, and though the two companies were brought back, our regimental commander Wang Ercho lost his life in this action. When our men were returning but had not yet reached their destination, enemy units from Hunan and Jiangxi seized the opportunity to attack the Qingkang Mountains on August 30. Using their points of vantage, the defending troops, numbering less than one battalion, fought back, routed the enemy and saved the base. The causes of our August defeat were as follows: 1. Some officers and men, who were wavering and homesick, lost their fighting capacity, while others, who were unwilling to go to southern Hunan, were lacking in enthusiasm. 2. Our men were exhausted by long marches in the sweltering summer heat. 3. Having ventured several hundred li away from Lingshan, our men lost contact with the border area and became isolated. 4. As the masses in southern Hunan had not yet been aroused, the expedition proved to be pure military adventurism. 5. We were uninformed about the enemy's situation, and 6. The preparations were inadequate, and officers and men did not understand the purpose of the operation. The current situation in the area under the independent regime. Since April this year the red areas have been gradually extended. After the Battle of Lungyuankou, on the borders of Yongchsin and Ningkang, on June 3, in which we defeated the Jiangxi enemy forces for the fourth time, the border area reached the peak of its development, embracing the three counties of Ningkang, Yongchsin, and Lianhua, small sections of Qian and Anfu, the northern section of Sichuan, and the southeastern section of Lingshan. In the red areas the greater part of the land had been distributed and the remainder was being distributed. Organs of political power were set up everywhere in the districts and townships. County governments were set up in Ningkang, Yongchsin, Lianhua, and Sichuan, and a border area government was formed. Insurrectionary detachments of workers and peasants were organized in the villages, and Red Guards were formed at the district and county levels. In July the Jiangxi enemy forces launched attacks, and in August the Hunan and Jiangxi enemy forces jointly attacked the Qingkang Mountains. All the county towns and the plains in the border area were occupied by the enemy. The enemy's jackals, the Peace Preservation Corps and the landlords' levies ran amok, and white terror raged throughout the towns and countryside. Most of the party and government organizations collapsed. The rich peasants and the opportunists in the party went over to the enemy in great numbers. It was not until the Battle of the Qingkang Mountains was fought on August 30 that the Hunan enemy forces retreated to Lingshan, but the Jiangxi forces still held all the county towns and most of the villages. However, the enemy has never been able to capture the mountain areas, which include the western and northern districts of Ningkang, the Tianlong, Shouxiqiang, and Wannianshan districts in the northern, western and southern sections of Yongchsin respectively, the Shangyasi district of Lianhua, the Qingkangshan district of Sichuan, and the Xinjiang and Taiwan districts of Lingshan. In July and August, in coordination with the Red Guards of the various counties, one regiment of the Red Army fought scores of battles, big and small, losing only 30 rifles, before it finally withdrew to the mountains. As our men were marching back to the Qingkang Mountains via Cheng'ai and Shangyu, the enemy force from southern Jiangxi, the independent 7th Division under Lu Shiyi, pursued us as far as Sichuan. On September 13 we defeated Lu Shiyi, captured several hundred rifles and took Sichuan. On September 6 we returned to the Qingkang Mountains. On October 1, at Ningkang, we engaged and defeated one of Xiang Shihui's brigades commanded by Zhou Hunyuan, recovering the entire county of Ningkang. Meanwhile 126 men of the Hunan enemy forces under Yan Chengju, which had been stationed in Katong, came over to us and were organized into a special task battalion with Pai Chanyun as commander. On November 9 we routed one regiment of Chu's brigade at Lungyuankou and the county town of Ningkang. On the next day we advanced and occupied Yonghsin, but withdrew to Ningkang shortly afterwards. At present our area, extending from the southern slopes of the Qingkang Mountains in Sichuan County in the south to the border of Lianhua County in the north, embraces the whole of Ningkang and parts of Sichuan, Lingshan, and Yonghsin, forming a narrow unbroken stretch running north to south. The Shangyasi district of Lianhua and the Tianlong and Wanianshan districts of Yonghsin, however, are not firmly linked with this unbroken stretch. The enemy is attempting to destroy our base area by military attacks and economic blockade, and we are now preparing to defeat his attacks. Military questions. Since the struggle in the border area is exclusively military, both the party and the masses have to be placed on a war footing. How to deal with the enemy, how to fight, has become the central problem in our daily life. An independent regime must be an armed one wherever such an area is located. It will be immediately occupied by the enemy if armed forces are lacking or inadequate, or if wrong tactics are used in dealing with the enemy. As the struggle is getting fiercer every day, our problems have become extremely complex and serious. The Red Army in the border area is drawn from 1. Troops formerly under Yeting and Holung in Chaochao and Swato, 4. 2. The Guards Regiment of the former national government at Wuchang, 5. 3. Peasants from Pinkyang and Liuyang, 6. 4. Peasants from southern Hunan 7 and workers from Shuakoshan, 8. 5. Men captured from the forces under Hsukeh Shang, Tang Shengqi, Pai Chengxi, Chu Peite, Wu Shang and Xiang Shihui, and 6. Peasants from the counties in the border area. However, of the troops formerly commanded by Yeting and Holung, the Guards Regiment and the peasants from Pinkyang and Liuyang, only 1/3 is left after more than a year's fighting. Casualties have also been heavy among the peasants from southern Hunan. Thus, although the first 4 categories remain the backbone of the 4th Red Army to this day, they are now far outnumbered by the last 2 categories. Furthermore, in the latter the peasants are outnumbered by the captured soldiers. Without replacement from this source, there would be a serious manpower problem. Even so, the increase in men does not keep pace with the increase in rifles. Rifles are not easily lost, but men are wounded or killed, fall sick or desert and so are lost more easily. The Hunan Provincial Committee has promised to send us workers from Henan, and we earnestly hope it will do so. As to class origin, the Red Army consists partly of workers and peasants and partly of lumpen proletarians. Of course, it is inadvisable to have too many of the latter. But they are able to fight, and as fighting is going on every day with mounting casualties, it is already no easy matter to get replacements even from among them. In these circumstances the only solution is to intensify political training. The majority of the Red Army soldiers come from the mercenary armies, but their character changes once they are in the Red Army. First of all, the Red Army has abolished the mercenary system, making the men feel they are fighting for themselves and for the people and not for somebody else. So far the Red Army has no system of regular pay, but issues grain, money for cooking oil, salt, firewood, and vegetables, and a little pocket money. Land has been allotted to all Red Army officers and men who are natives of the border area, but it is rather difficult to allot land to those from other parts of the country. After receiving political education, the Red Army soldiers have become class conscious, learned the essentials of distributing land, setting up political power, arming the workers and peasants, etc., and they know they are fighting for themselves, for the working class and the peasantry. Hence they can endure the hardships of the bitter struggle without complaint. Each company, battalion, or regiment has its soldiers' committee which represents the interests of the soldiers and carries on political and mass work. Experience has proved that the system of party representatives must not be abolished. The party representative is particularly important at company level, since party branches are organized on a company basis. He has to see that the soldiers' committee carries out political training, to guide the work of the mass movements, and to serve concurrently as the secretary of the party branch. Facts have shown that the better the company party representative, the sounder the company, and that the company commander can hardly play this important political role. As the casualties among the lower cadres are heavy, captured enemy soldiers often become platoon leaders or company commanders in a very short time. Some of those captured in February or March are already battalion commanders. It might seem that since our army is called the Red Army it could do without party representatives, but this is a gross error. At one time the 28th Regiment in southern Hunan abolished the system, only to restore it later. To rename the party representatives directors would be to confuse them with the directors in the Kuomintang army who are detested by the captured soldiers. A change of name does not affect the nature of the system. Hence we have decided to make no change. Casualties among party representatives are very heavy, and while we have started classes for training and replenishment, we hope that the Central Committee and the Hunan and Jiangxi provincial committees will send us at least 30 comrades who are able to serve as party representatives. Ordinarily a soldier needs 6 months or a year's training before he can fight, but our soldiers, recruited only yesterday, have to fight today with practically no training. Poor in military technique, they fight on courage alone. As long periods of rest and training are out of the question, the only thing to do is to try and avoid certain engagements if possible and thus gain time for training. We now have a corps of 150 people in training as lower-ranking officers, and we intend to make this course a permanent institution. We hope that the Central Committee and the 2 provincial committees will send us more officers from platoon leader and company commander upwards. The Hunan Provincial Committee has asked us to attend to the material conditions of the soldiers and make them at least a little better than those of the average worker or peasant. Actually they are worse. In addition to grain, each man receives only 5 cents a day for cooking oil, salt, firewood, and vegetables, and even this is hard to keep up. The monthly cost of these items alone amounts to more than 10,000 silver dollars, which is obtained exclusively through expropriation of the local tyrants. 11. We now have cotton padding for winter clothing for the whole army of 5,000 men but are still short of cloth. Cold as the weather is, many of our men are still wearing only 2 layers of thin clothing. Fortunately we are inured to hardships. What is more, all of us share the same hardships. From the commander of the army to the cook everyone lives on the daily food allowance of 5 cents, apart from grain. As for pocket money, everybody gets the same amount, whether it is 20 cents, or 40 cents. 12. Consequently the soldiers have no complaints against anyone. After each engagement there are some wounded. Also many officers and men have fallen ill from malnutrition, exposure to cold or other causes. Our hospitals up in the mountains give both Chinese and Western treatment, but are short of doctors and medicines. At present they have over 800 patients. The Hunan Provincial Committee promised to obtain drugs for us, but so far we have received none. We still hope the Central Committee and the 2 provincial committees will send us a few doctors with Western training, and some iodine. Apart from the role played by the party, the reason why the Red Army has been able to carry on in spite of such poor material conditions and such frequent engagements is its practice of democracy. The officers do not beat the men, officers and men receive equal treatment, soldiers are free to hold meetings and to speak out, trivial formalities have been done away with, and the accounts are open for all to inspect. The soldiers handle the mess arrangements and, out of the daily 5 cents for cooking oil, salt, firewood, and vegetables, they can even save a little for pocket money, amounting to roughly 6 or 7 coppers per person per day, which is called mess savings. All this gives great satisfaction to the soldiers. The newly captured soldiers in particular feel that our army and the Kuomintang army are worlds apart. They feel spiritually liberated, even though material conditions in the Red Army are not equal to those in the White Army. The very soldiers who had no courage in the White Army yesterday are very brave in the Red Army today. Such is the effect of democracy. The Red Army is like a furnace in which all captured soldiers are transmuted the moment they come over. In China the army needs democracy as much as the people do. Democracy in our army is an important weapon for undermining the feudal mercenary army. 13. The party organization now has 4 levels: the company branch, the battalion committee, the regimental committee and the army committee. In a company there is the branch, with a group in each squad. The party branch is organized on a company basis. This is an important reason why the Red Army has been able to carry on such arduous fighting without falling apart. 2 years ago, when we were in the Kuomintang army, our party had no organizational roots among the soldiers, and even among Wrtitings troops 14 there was only one party branch to each regiment. That is why we could not stand up to any serious test. In the Red Army today the ratio of party to non-party people is approximately 1 to 3, or an average of 1 party member in every 4 men. Recently we decided to recruit more party members among the combat soldiers, so as to attain a 50-50 ratio. 15 At present the company branches are short of good party secretaries, and we ask the Central Committee to send us a number of activists from among those who can no longer function where they are now. Almost all the cadres from southern Hunan are doing party work in the army. But since some of them were scattered during the retreat in southern Hunan in August, we now have no people to spare. The local armed forces consist of Red Guards and insurrectionary detachments of workers and peasants. Armed with spears and shotguns, these detachments are organized on a township basis, each township having one detachment whose strength varies with the population. Its job is to suppress counter-revolution, protect the township government and assist the Red Army and Red Guards in battle when the enemy appears. The insurrectionary detachments started in Young Hsin as an underground force, but they have come into the open since we captured the entire county. The organization has now been extended to other counties in the border area and the name remains unchanged. The arms of the Red Guards are mainly 5-round rifles but also include some 9-round and single-round rifles. There are 140 rifles in Ningkong, 220 in Young Hsin, 43 in Lianhua, so in Chaling, 90 in Lingshan, 130 in Sichuan and 10 in Wannan, making a total of 683. Most of the rifles have been supplied by the Red Army, but a small number were captured from the enemy by the Red Guards themselves. Fighting constantly against the Peace Preservation Corps and levies of the landlords, most of the Red Guards in the counties are steadily increasing their fighting capacity. Before the May 21 incident, 16 all the counties had peasant self-defense corps. There were 300 rifles in Yuxian, 300 in Chaling, 60 in Lingshan, 50 in Sichuan, 80 in Young Hsin, 60 in Lianhua, 60 in Ningkong, Yuan Wenxi's men, and 60 in the Qingkong Mountains, Wang Tso's men, totaling 970. After the incident, apart from the rifles in the hands of Yuan's and Wang's men, which remained intact, only 6 rifles were left in Sichuan and 1 in Lianhua, all the rest having been seized by the landlords. The peasant self-defense corps were not able to hold on to their rifles as a result of the opportunist line. At present the Red Guards in the counties still have far too few rifles, fewer than those of the landlords. The Red Army should continue to help them with arms. The Red Army should do everything, short of reducing its own fighting capacity, to help arm the people. We have laid it down that each battalion of the Red Army should consist of 4 companies, each with 75 rifles, and, counting the rifles of the Special Task Company, Machine Gun Company, Trench Mortar Company, Regimental Headquarters, and the 3 battalion headquarters, each regiment will have 1,075 rifles. Those captured in action should be used as far as possible for arming the local forces. The commanders of the Red Guards should be people who have been sent from the counties to the Red Army Training Corps and have finished their training. The Red Army should send fewer and fewer people from outside areas to command local forces. Chu Pei-te is arming his Peace Preservation Corps and levies, while the armed forces of the landlords in the border counties are of considerable size and fighting capacity. This makes it all the more urgent to enlarge our local Red forces. The principle for the Red Army is concentration, and that for the Red Guards dispersion. At the present time, when the reactionary regime is temporarily stable, the enemy can mass huge forces to attack the Red Army, and dispersion would not be to the Red Army's advantage. In our experience, the dispersion of forces has almost always led to defeat, while the concentration of forces to fight a numerically inferior, equal, or slightly superior enemy force has often led to victory. The Central Committee has instructed us to develop guerrilla warfare in much too large an area, extending several thousand li in both length and breadth. This is probably due to an overestimation of our strength. For the Red Guards, dispersion is an advantage, and they are now using this method in their operations in all the counties. The most effective method in propaganda directed at the enemy forces is to release captured soldiers and give the wounded medical treatment. Whenever soldiers, platoon leaders, or company or battalion commanders of the enemy forces are captured, we immediately conduct propaganda among them. They are divided into those wishing to stay and those wishing to leave, and the latter are given traveling expenses and set free. This immediately knocks the bottom out of the enemy's slander that the communist bandits kill everyone on sight. Writing about this measure, the 10-day review, the Journal of Yang Qisheng's 9th Division, exclaimed, "How vicious! The Red Army soldiers show great concern for the prisoners and arrange warm farewells for them, and at every farewell party for our new brothers the prisoners respond with speeches of heartfelt gratitude. Medical treatment for the enemy wounded also has a great effect. Clever people on the enemy side like Li Wenpin have recently imitated us by stopping the killing of prisoners and by giving medical attention to the wounded. Nevertheless, our men rejoin us at the very next engagement, bringing their arms with them, and this has happened twice already. In addition, we do as much written propaganda as possible, for instance, painting slogans. Wherever we go, we cover the walls with them. But we are short of people who can draw and hope the Central Committee and the 2 provincial committees will send us a few. As for the military bases, the first base, the Qingkang Mountains, is at the juncture of 4 counties, Ningkang, Lingshan, Sichuan, and Yonghysin. The distance between Moping on the northern slope in Ningkang County and Huangjiao on the southern slope in Sichuan is 90 li. The distance between Nashan on the eastern slope in Yonghysin County and Shuakao on the western slope in Lingshan is 80 li. The circumference measures 550 li, stretching from Nashan to Lungyuanko, both in Yonghysin County, Hsin Cheng, Moping, Talung, all in Ningkang County, Shito, Shuakao, Shiatsan, all in Lingshan County, Yingpansu, Teakayapu, Tafen, Tuatsekian, Huangjiao, Wutokiang, and Chao, all in Sichuan County, and back to Nashan. In the mountains there are paddy fields and villages at Big Well, Small Well, Upper Well, Middle Well, Lower Well, Tseping, Shaochuang, Xingqiao, Tseoping, Painihu and Lofu. All these places used to be infested by bandits and deserters but have now been turned into our base area. Its population is under 2,000, and the yield of unhusked rice is less than 10,000 pickles, and so the entire grain for the army has to be supplied from Ningkang, Yonghysin, and Sichuan counties. All the strategic passes in the mountains refortified. Our hospitals, bedding, and clothing workshops, Ordnance Department and regimental rear offices are all here. At the present moment grain is being transported to the mountains from Ningkang. Provided we have adequate supplies, the enemy can never break in. The second base, the Chulung Mountains, is at the juncture of the 4 counties of Ningkang, Yonghysin, Lianhua, and Chaling. It is less important than the Qingkang Mountains, but serves as the rearmost base for the local armed forces of the 4 counties, and it too has been fortified. It is essential for an independent red regime encircled by the white regime to make use of the strategic advantages offered by mountains. Land questions. The land situation in the border areas. Roughly speaking, more than 60% of the land belonged to the landlords and less than 40% to the peasants. In the Gyeongsi sector, land ownership was most concentrated in Sichuan County, where about 80% of the land belonged to the landlords. Yeonghsin came next with about 70%. In Wannan, Ningkong, and Lianhua there were more owner peasants, but the landlords still owned the bulk of the fan, i.e., about 60% of the total, while the peasants owned only 40%. In the Hunan sector, about 70% of the land in both Chaling and Lingshan counties belonged to the landlords. The question of the intermediate class. Given this land situation, it is possible to win the support of the majority for the confiscation and redistribution of all the land. 17. The rural population is roughly divided into three classes: the class of big and middle landlords, the intermediate class of small landlords and rich peasants, and the class of middle and poor peasants. The interests of the rich peasants are often interwoven with those of the small landlords. The land of the rich peasants forms only a small percentage of the total, yet if the land of the small landlords is counted in, the amount is considerable. Probably this is more or less the case throughout the country. The land policy which has been adopted in the border areas is complete confiscation and thorough distribution. Consequently, in the red area the big and middle landlord class and the intermediate class are being attacked. Such is the policy, but in its actual execution we have met with a great deal of obstruction from the intermediate class. In the early days of the revolution the intermediate class ostensibly capitulated to the poor peasant class, but in reality they exploited their traditional social position and clan authority to intimidate the poor peasants for the purpose of delaying the distribution of land. When no further delay was possible, they concealed their actual holdings, or retained the good land and gave up the poor land. In this period the poor peasants, having long been trampled down and feeling that the victory of the revolution was uncertain, frequently yielded to the intermediate class and dared not take vigorous action. It is taken against the intermediate class in the villages only when the revolution is on the upsurge, for instance, when political power has been seized in one or more counties, the reactionary army has suffered several defeats and the prowess of the Red Army has been repeatedly demonstrated. The most serious instances of delay in land distribution and concealment of land holdings occurred in the southern section of Yeonghsin County, where the intermediate class was the largest. The actual land distribution in this area was carried out only after the Red Army won its great victory at Lungyuanko on June 3 and the district government punished several people for delaying distribution. But as the feudal family system prevails in every county, and as all the families in a village or group of villages belong to a single clan, it will be quite a long time before people become conscious of their class and clan sentiment is overcome in the villages. The defection of the intermediate class under the White Terror. Having been under attack during the revolutionary upsurge, the intermediate class deserted to the enemy as soon as the White Terror struck. In Yeonghsin and Ningkong it was precisely the small landlords and rich peasants who led the reactionary troops in setting fire to the houses of revolutionary peasants. On the instructions of the reactionaries, they burned down houses and made arrests, and quite brazenly too. When the Red Army returned to the area of Ningkong, Hsin Chen, Kukan, and Lungshi, several thousand peasants fled with the reactionaries to Yeonghsin, because they were duped by the reactionary propaganda that the communists would kill them. It was only after we had conducted propaganda to the effect that peasants who have defected will not be killed and peasants who have defected are welcome to come back to reap their crops that some of them slowly came back. When the revolution is at a low ebb in the country as a whole, the most difficult problem in our areas is to keep a firm hold on the intermediate class. The main reason for betrayal by this class is that it has received too heavy a blow from the revolution. But when there is a revolutionary upsurge in the country as a whole, the poor peasant class has something to rely on and becomes bolder, while the interclass has something to fear and dare not get out of hand. When the war between Li Tsungjen and Tang Shengqi spread to He, small landlords in Chaling tried to placate the peasants. Some even sent them pork as a New Year gift, though by then the Red Army had already withdrawn from Chaling to Sichuan. But after the war ended, no one ever heard of such things again. Now that there is a nationwide tide of counter-revolution, the intermediate class in the white areas, having suffered heavy blows, has attached itself almost wholly to the big landlord class, and the poor peasant class has become isolated. This is indeed a very serious problem. 18. The pressure of daily life as a cause of the defection of the intermediate class. The red and the white areas are now facing each other like two countries at war. Owing to the tight enemy blockade and to our mishandling of the petty bourgeoisie, trade between the two areas has almost entirely ceased. Necessities such as salt, cloth, and medicines are scarce and costly, and agricultural products such as timber, tea, and oil cannot be sent out, so that the peasant's cash income is cut off and the people as a whole are affected. Poor peasants are more able to bear such hardships, but the intermediate class will go over to the big landlord class when it can bear them no longer. Unless the splits and wars within the landlord class and among the warlords in China continue, and unless a nationwide revolutionary situation develops, the small independent red regimes will come under great economic pressure, and it is doubtful whether they will be able to last. For not only is such economic strain intolerable to the intermediate class, but someday it will prove too much even for the workers, poor peasants, and Red Army men. In the counties of Yonghin and Ningkong there was at one time no salt for cooking, and supplies of cloth and medicines, not to mention other things, were entirely cut off. Now salt can be had again but is very expensive. Cloth and medicines are still unobtainable. Timber, tea, and oil, which are all produced abundantly in Ningkong, western Yonghin and northern Sichuan, all within our areas at present, cannot be sent out. 19. The criterion for land distribution. The township is taken as the unit for land distribution. In hillier regions with less farmland, for instance, in the Shouqiang district of Yonghin, 3 or 4 townships were sometimes taken as the unit, but such cases were extremely rare. All the inhabitants, men and women, old and young, received equal shares. A change has now been made in accordance with the Central Committee's plan, whereby labor power is taken as the criterion, so that a person with labor power is allotted twice as much land as one without. 20. The question of concessions to the owner. This has not yet been discussed in detail. Among the owner peasants, the rich peasants have requested that productive capacity should be taken as the criterion, that is, that those with more manpower and capital, such as farm implements, should be allotted more land. They feel that neither equal distribution nor distribution according to labor power is to their advantage. They have indicated that they are willing to put in more effort, which, coupled with the use of their capital, would enable them to raise bigger crops. They will not like it if they are allotted the same amount of land as everybody else and their special efforts and extra capital are ignored, left unused. Land distribution here is still being carried out in the way laid down by the Central Committee. But this question deserves further discussion, and a report will be submitted when conclusions are reached. The land tax. In Ningkong the tax rate is 20% of the crop, Oregon 5% more than the rate fixed by the Central Committee. It is inadvisable to make any change now as collection is already underway, but the rate will be reduced next year. Then there are the sections of Sichuan, Lingshan, and Yonghin under our regime which are all hilly areas, and where the peasants are so poverty-stricken that any taxation is inadvisable. We have to rely on expropriating the local tyrants in the white areas to cover the expenses of the government and the Red Guards. As for the provisioning of the Red Army, rice is obtained for the time being from the land tax in Ningkong, while cash is obtained solely from expropriation of the local tyrants. During our guerrilla operations in Sichuan in October, we collected more than 10,000 yuan, which will last us some time, and we shall see what can be done when it is spent. Questions of political power. People's political power has been established everywhere at county, district, and township levels, but more in name than in reality. In many places there is no council of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The executive committees of the township, district, or even county governments were invariably elected at some kind of mass meeting. But mass meetings called on the spur of the moment can neither discuss questions nor help in training the masses politically, and, what is more, they are only too apt to be manipulated by intellectuals or careerists. Some places do have a council, but it is regarded merely as a temporary body for electing the executive committee. Once the election is over, authority is monopolized by the committee and the council is never heard of again. Not that there are no councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers worthy of the name, but they are very few. The reason is the lack of propaganda and education concerning this new political system. The evil feudal practice of arbitrary dictation is so deeply rooted in the minds of the people and even of the ordinary party members that it cannot be swept away at once. When anything crops up, they choose the easy way and have no liking for the bothersome democratic system. Democratic centralism can be widely and effectively practiced in mass organizations only when its efficacy is demonstrated in revolutionary struggle and the masses understand that it is the best means of mobilizing their forces and is of the utmost help in their struggle. We are drafting a detailed organic law for the councils at all levels, based on the outline drawn up by the Central Committee, in order gradually to correct previous mistakes. In the Red Army, conferences of soldiers' representatives are now being established on a permanent basis and at all levels so as to correct the mistake of having only soldiers' committees and not conferences. At present, what the masses of the people generally understand by the government of workers, peasants, and soldiers is the executive committee, because they are still unaware of the powers of the council, and think that the executive committee alone is the real power. An executive committee without a council behind it often acts without regard for the views of the masses, and there are instances everywhere of hesitation and compromise on the confiscation and redistribution of land, of squandering or embezzling funds, and of recoiling before the white forces or fighting only half-heartedly. In addition, the committee seldom meets in full session, all business being decided and handled by its standing committee. In the district and township governments even the standing committee rarely meets, and business is decided and handled separately by the 4 individuals who work in the office, namely, the chairman, secretary, treasurer and commander of the Red Guards, or insurrectionary detachment. Thus democratic centralism has not become a regular practice even in the work of the government. In the early days the small landlords and rich peasants scrambled to get onto government committees, especially at the township level. Wearing red ribbons and feigning enthusiasm, they wormed their way into the government committees by trickery and seized control of everything, relegating the poor peasant members to a minor role. They can be cleared out only when they are unmasked in the course of struggle and the poor peasants assert themselves. Though not widespread, such a state of affairs exists in quite a number of places. The party enjoys immense prestige and authority among the masses, the government much less. The reason is that for the sake of convenience the party handles many things directly and brushes aside the government bodies. There are many such instances. In some places there are no leading party members groups in the government organizations, while in others they exist but are not functioning properly. From now on the party must carry out its task of giving leadership to the government, with the exception of propaganda. The party's policies and the measures it recommends must be carried out through the government organizations. The Kuomintang's wrong practice of directly imposing orders on the government must be avoided. Questions of party organization. The struggle against opportunism. It may be said that around the time of the May 21 incident the party organizations in the border area counties were controlled by opportunists. When the counter-revolution set in, there was very little resolute struggle. In October last year, when the Red Army, the 1st Regiment of the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, arrived in the border area counties, only a few party members who had gone into hiding were left and the party organizations had been entirely destroyed by the enemy. The period from last November to April was one of rebuilding the party, and the period since May has been one of great expansion. but in the last 12 months manifestations of opportunism continued to be widespread. On the approach of the enemy, some members, lacking the will to fight, hid in remote hills, which they called lying in ambush. Other members, though very active, resorted to blind insurrection. These were both expressions of petty bourgeois ideology. After a long period of tempering through struggle and of inter-party education, such things have become less frequent. In the past year, the same petty bourgeois ideology also existed in the Red Army. On the approach of the enemy, either reckless battle or precipitate flight would be proposed. Often both ideas emanated from the same individual in the course of the discussions on what military action to take. This opportunist ideology has been gradually corrected through prolonged inter-party struggle and through lessons learned from actual events, for instance, from the losses incurred in reckless battle and the reverses suffered during precipitate flight. Localism. The economy in the border area is agricultural, with some places still in the age of the hand pestle. In the hilly regions the wooden pestle is still in general use for husking rice, while in the plains there are many stone pestles. The unit of social organization everywhere is the clan, consisting of people having the same family name. In the party organizations in the villages, it often happens that a branch meeting virtually becomes a clan meeting, since branches consist of members bearing the same family name and living close together. In these circumstances it is very hard indeed to build a militant Bolshevik party. Such members do not quite understand when they are told that the communists draw no sharp line of demarcation between one nation and another or between one province and another, or that a sharp line should not be drawn between different counties, districts, and townships. Localism exists to a serious extent in the relations between counties and even between districts and townships within the same county. In eliminating localism, reasoning can at best produce only limited results, and it takes white oppression, which is by no means localized, to do much more. For instance, it is only when counter-revolutionary joint suppression campaigns by the two provinces make the people share a common lot in struggle that their localism is gradually broken down. Localism is declining as a result of many such lessons. The question of the native inhabitants and the settlers. There is another peculiar feature in the border counties, namely, the rift between the native inhabitants and the settlers. A very wide rift has long existed between the native inhabitants and the settlers whose forefathers came from the north several hundred years ago. Their traditional feuds are deep-seated and they sometimes erupt in violent clashes. The settlers, numbering several millions, live in a zone extending from the Fujian-Guangdong border all the way along the Hunan-Jiangxi border to southern Hebei. These settlers, who live in the hilly regions, have been oppressed by the native inhabitants in the plains and have never had any political rights. They welcomed the national revolution of the past 2 years, thinking that the day had come for them to raise their heads. But unfortunately the revolution failed and they continue to be oppressed by the native inhabitants. Within our own area the problem of the native inhabitants and the settlers exists in Ningkang, Sichuan, Lingshan, and Chailing, and is most serious in Ningkang. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, the revolutionaries among the native inhabitants of Ningkang, together with the settlers, overthrew the political power of the native landlords and gained control of the whole county in 1926-27. In June last year the Jiangxi government under Chu Peitai turned against the revolution. In September the landlords acted as guides for Chu's troops in the suppression campaign against Ningkang and once again stirred up the conflict between the native inhabitants and the settlers. In theory, this rift between the native inhabitants and the settlers ought not to extend into the exploited classes of workers and peasants, much less into the Communist Party. But it does, and it persists by force of long tradition. Here is an example. After the August defeat in the border area, when the native landlords returned to Ningkang, bringing with them the reactionary troops and spreading the rumor that the settlers were going to massacre the native inhabitants, most of the native peasants defected, put on white ribbons and guided the white troops in burning down houses and searching the hills. And when the Red Army routed the white troops in October and November, the native peasants fled with the reactionaries, and their property in turn was seized by the settler peasants. This situation, reflected in the party, often leads to senseless conflicts. Our solution is, on the one hand, to announce that peasants who have defected will not be killed and peasants who have defected will also be given land when they return, in order to help them shake off the influence of the landlords and return home without misgivings. On the other hand, it is to get our county governments to order the restoration by settler peasants of any property they have seized, and to post notices that the native peasants will be protected. Inside the party, education must be intensified to ensure unity between these two sections of the membership. The defection of the careerists. During the revolutionary upsurge, in June, many careerists took advantage of the party's open recruitment of members and sneaked into the party, with the result that the membership in the border area rapidly rose to more than 10,000. Since the leaders of the branches and district committees were mostly new members, good inter-party education was out of the question. As soon as the White Terror struck, the careerists defected and acted as guides for the counter-revolutionaries in rounding up our comrades, and the party organizations in the white areas mostly collapsed. After September, the party carried out a drastic house cleaning and set strict class qualifications for membership. All the party organizations in Young Hsin and Ningkang counties were dissolved and a re-registration was undertaken. Though greatly reduced in numbers, the membership has gained in fighting capacity. All party organizations used to be in the open, but since September underground organizations have been built up to prepare the party for carrying on its activities when the reactionaries come. At the same time, we have been making every effort to penetrate into the white areas and operate inside the enemy camp. But in the nearby towns the foundations have not yet been laid for party organization. The reasons are that, first, the enemy is stronger in the towns and, second, our army hurt the interests of the bourgeoisie too much during its occupation of the towns, so that it is difficult for party members to keep a foothold there. We are now correcting these mistakes and doing our best to build party organizations in the towns, but so far without much success. The leading bodies of the party. The branch executive has been renamed the branch committee. Above the branch there is the district committee, and above that the county committee. Where there are special circumstances, a special district committee is formed between the district and the county levels, as for instance the Pishang Special District Committee and the Southeastern Special District Committee in Young Hsin County. In the border area there are altogether 5 county committees, in Ningkang, Young Hsin, Lianhua, Sichuan, and Lingshan. There used to be a county committee in Chaling, but as the work there did not take root, most of the organizations formed last winter and this spring have been crushed by the whites. Consequently, for the last 6 months we have been able to work only in the hilly regions near Ningkang and Young Hsin, and so the Chaling County Committee has been changed into a special district committee. Comrades were sent to Yuxian and Anyan counties, which can be reached only via Chaling, but they have returned without accomplishing anything. The Wannan County Committee was cut off from us by the whites for more than 6 months after its joint meeting with us in Sichuan in January, and it was not until September, when the Red Army reached Wannan in a guerrilla operation, that we resumed contact. From Wannan 80 revolutionary peasants returned with our men to the Chinkang Mountains and were organized as the Wannan Red Guards. There is no party organization in Anfu. The County Committee of Kian, which borders on Young Hsin, has got in touch with us only twice and has given us no help, which is very strange. In the Shishan area of Katong County land distribution was carried out on 2 occasions, in March and in August, and party organizations have been built up and placed under the Southern Hunan Special Committee with its center at Wrtitings in Lungsi. Above the county committees there is the Special Committee of the Hunan-Kiangsi border area. On May 20 the first party congress of the border area was held at Moping in Ningkang County, and it elected 23 people as members of the first special committee, with Mao Zedong as secretary. In July the Hunan Provincial Committee sent over Yang Kaiming and he became acting secretary. In September Yang fell ill and Tan Chenlin took his place. In August, when the major detachment of the Red Army had gone to southern Hunan and the white forces were pressing hard on the border area, we held an emergency meeting at Young Hsin. In October, after the Red Army's return to Ningkong, the Second Party Congress of the border area was held at Moping in its three-day session beginning on October 14. It adopted a number of resolutions, including the political problems and the tasks of the border area party organization, and elected the following 19 people as members of the Second Special Committee: Tan Chenlin, Chu The, Chen Yi, Lung Chaoqing, Chu Changqi, Lu Tianqian, Yuan Panchu, Tan Sutsung, Tan Ping, Li Chouefei, Sung Yiyue, Yuan Wensai, Wang Sonong, Chen Chengzhen, Mao Zedong, Wan Shixian, Wang Zhou, Yang Kaiming and Ho Tingying. A standing committee of 5 was formed, with Tan Chenlin, a worker, as secretary and Chen Chengzhen, an intellectual, as deputy secretary. The Sixth Party Congress of the Red Army was held on November 14 and it elected an army committee of 23 members, 5 of them forming a standing committee with Chu The as secretary. Both the Border Area Special Committee and the Army Committee are subordinate to the Front Committee. The Front Committee was reorganized on November 6, with the following 5 members designated by the Central Committee: Mao Zedong, Chu the secretary of the local party headquarters, Tan Chenlin, a worker comrade, Sung Tiaosheng, and a peasant comrade, Mao Kaowen, with Mao Zedong as secretary. For the time being, this committee has set up a secretariat, a propaganda section, an organization section, a labor movement commission and a military affairs commission. The Front Committee is in charge of the local party organizations. It is necessary to retain the Special Committee because sometimes the Front Committee has to move about with the troops. In our opinion, the question of proletarian ideological leadership is very important. The party organizations in the border area counties, which are composed almost exclusively of peasants, will go astray without the ideological leadership of the proletariat. Besides paying close attention to the labor movement in the county towns and other big towns, we should increase the workers' representation in the government bodies. The proportion of workers and poor peasants should also be increased in the leading organs of the party at all levels. The question of the character of the revolution. We fully agree with the Communist International's resolution on China. There is no doubt that China is still at the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The program for a thorough democratic revolution in China comprises, externally, the overthrow of imperialism so as to achieve complete national liberation, and, internally, the elimination of the power and influence of the comprador class in the cities, the completion of the agrarian revolution in order to abolish feudal relations in the villages, and the overthrow of the government of the warlords. We must go through such a democratic revolution before we can lay a real foundation for the transition to socialism. In the past year we have fought in many places and are keenly aware that the revolutionary tide is on the ebb in the country as a whole. While red political power has been established in a few small areas, in the country as a whole the people lack the ordinary democratic rights, the workers, the peasants, and even the bourgeois democrats do not have freedom of speech or assembly, and the worst crime is to join the Communist Party. Wherever the Red Army goes, the masses are cold and aloof, and only after our propaganda do they slowly move into action. Whatever enemy units we face, there are hardly any cases of mutiny or desertion to our side and we have to fight it out. This holds even for the enemy's Sixth Army, which recruited the greatest number of rebels after the May 21 incident. We have an acute sense of our isolation which we keep hoping will end. Only by launching a political and economic struggle for democracy, which will also involve the urban petty bourgeoisie, can we turn the revolution into a seething tide that will surge through the country. Up to February this year we applied our policy towards the petty bourgeoisie fairly well. In March the representative of the Southern Hunan Special Committee arrived in Ningkong and criticized us for having leaned to the right, for having done too little burning and killing, and for having failed to carry out the so-called policy of turning the petty bourgeois into proletarians and then forcing them into the revolution, whereupon the leadership of the Front Committee was reorganized and the policy was changed. In April, after the whole of our army arrived in the border area, there was still not much burning and killing, but the expropriation of the middle merchants in the towns and the collection of compulsory contributions from the small landlords and rich peasants in the countryside were rigorously enforced. The slogan of "all factories to the workers," put forward by the Southern Hunan Special Committee, was also given wide publicity. This ultra-left policy of attacking the petty bourgeoisie drove most of them to the side of the landlords, with the result that they put on white ribbons and opposed us. With the gradual change of this policy, the situation has been steadily improving. Good results have been achieved in Sichuan in particular, for the merchants in the county town and other market towns no longer fight shy of us, and quite a few speak well of the Red Army. The fair in Sealan, held every 3 days at noon, attracts some 20,000 people, an attendance which breaks all previous records. This is proof that our policy is now correct. The landlords imposed very heavy taxes and levies on the people. The pacification guards 21 of Sichuan levied 5 toll charges along the 70 li road from Huangjao to Tsayalan, no farm produce being exempt. We crushed the pacification guards and abolished these tolls, thus winning the support of all the peasants as well as of the small and middle merchants. The Central Committee wants us to issue a political program which takes into account the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, and we for our part propose that the Central Committee work out, for general guidance, a program for the whole democratic revolution which takes into account the workers' interests, the agrarian revolution and national liberation. A special characteristic of the revolution in China, a country with a predominantly agricultural economy, is the use of military action to develop insurrection. We recommend that the Central Committee should devote great effort to military work. The question of the location of our independent regime. The area stretching from northern Guangdong along the Hunan-Jiangxi border into southern Hebei lies entirely within the Losiao mountain range. We have traversed the whole range, and a comparison of its different sections shows that the middle section, with Ningkang as its center, is the most suitable for our armed independent regime. The northern section has terrain which is less suitable for our taking either the offensive or the defensive, and it is too close to the enemy's big political centers. Besides, stationing large forces in the area of Liaoyang, Liling, Pingshan and Tunku would involve a considerable risk, unless we plan a quick seizure of Changsha or Wuhan. The southern section has better terrain than the northern, but our mass base there is not as good as in the middle section, nor can we exert as great a political influence on Hunan and Jiangxi from it as we can from the middle section, from which any move can affect the lower river valleys of the 2 provinces. The middle section has the following advantages: 1. A mass base, which we have been cultivating for more than a year. 2. A fairly good basis for the party organizations. 3. Local armed forces which have been built up for more than a year and are well experienced in struggle, a rare achievement and which, coupled with the 4th Red Army, will prove indestructible in the face of any enemy force. 4. An excellent military base, the Qingkang Mountains, and bases for our local armed forces in all the counties, and 5. The influence it can exert on the 2 provinces and on the lower valleys of their rivers, an influence endowing it with much more political importance than that possessed by southern Hunan or southern Jiangxi, the influence of either of which can reach out only to its own province, or only to the upper river valley and the hinterland of its own province. The disadvantage of the middle section is that, since it has long been under the independent regime and is confronted by the enemy's large encirclement and suppression forces, its economic problems, especially the shortage of cash, are extremely difficult. As for a plan of action here, the Hunan Provincial Committee advocated 3 different plans within a few weeks in June and July. First, the Sheng came and approved our plan to establish political power in the middle section of the Losiao mountain range. Then Tu Xiuqing and Yang Kaiming came and urged that the Red Army should move towards southern Hunan without the least hesitation and leave a force of only 200 rifles behind to defend the border area together with the Red Guards. This, they said, was the absolutely correct policy. The third time, barely 10 days later, the Sheng came again with a letter which, besides rebuking us at great length, urged that the Red Army should set out for eastern Hunan. This was again described as the absolutely correct policy, to be carried out without the least hesitation. These rigid directives put us in a real dilemma, because failure to comply would be tantamount to disobedience, while compliance would mean certain defeat. When the second message came, the Army Committee, the Border Area Special Committee and the Young HSIN County Committee of the party met in a joint session and decided against carrying out the Provincial Committee's instructions, as it was considered dangerous to move towards southern Hunan. But a few days later, Tu Xiuqing and Yang Kaiming, persisting in the Provincial Party Committee's plan and taking advantage of the 29th Regiment's homesickness, dragged the Red Army off to attack the county town of Chenzhou, thus bringing defeat both to the border area and to the Red Army. The Red Army lost about half its men, and countless houses were burned down and innumerable people massacred in the border area. County after county fell to the enemy and some of them have not been recovered to this day. As for moving to eastern Hunan, it was certainly inadvisable for the main forces of the Red Army to do so unless there was a split among the ruling landlords of Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi provinces. If we had not advanced on southern Hunan in July, we would not only have averted the August defeat in the border area, but we could also have exploited the fighting between the Kuomintang 6th Army and Wang Chun's Kuomintang forces in Changshu, Jiangxi province, to crush the enemy forces in Yung Hsin, Overunqian, and Anfu, and make it possible for our advanced guard to reach Pingshan and establish contact with the 5th Red Army in the northern section of the Losiao mountain range. Even if all that had happened, the proper place for our general headquarters should have still been Ningkang, and only guerrilla forces should have been dispatched to eastern Hunan. Since fighting had not broken out among the landlords and since formidable enemy forces were still in Pingshan, Chailing, and Yuxian on the Hunan border, we would have been giving the enemy his chance if we had moved our main forces northward. The Central Committee asked us to consider an advance on eastern or on southern Hunan, but either course was very dangerous. Although the proposed expedition to eastern Hunan has not been carried out, the expedition to southern Hunan has proved a failure. This painful experience is always worth remembering. We are not yet in a period when the regime of the landlord class has split up, and the suppression forces of the enemy deployed round the border area still number more than 10 regiments. But if we can continue to find ways of getting cash, food and clothing no longer being a big problem, then, with the foundation for our work established in the border area, we shall be able to cope with these enemy forces, and even with larger ones. As far as the border area is concerned, it would at once suffer devastation, just as it did in August, if the Red Army moved away. Although not all our Red Guards would be wiped out, the party and our mass base would receive a crippling blow, and while there are places in the mountains where we might retain a foothold, in the plains we would all have to go underground as in August and September. If the Red Army does not move away, then, building on the foundations we already have, we shall be able gradually to expand to surrounding areas and our prospects will be very bright. If we want to enlarge the Red Army, the only way is to engage the enemy in a prolonged struggle in the vicinity of the Qingkang Mountains where we have a good mass base, namely, in the counties of Ningkang, Yung Hsin, Lingshan, and Sichuan, utilizing in this struggle the divergence of interests between the enemy forces of Hunan and Jiangxi provinces, their need to defend themselves on all sides and their consequent inability to concentrate their forces. We can gradually enlarge the Red Army by the use of correct tactics, fighting no battle unless we can win it and capture arms and men. With the preparatory work that had already been done among the masses in the border area between April and July, the Red Army could undoubtedly have been enlarged in August had its major detachment not made its expedition to southern Hunan. Despite that mistake, the Red Army has returned to the border area where the terrain is favorable and the people are friendly, and the prospects are not bad even now. Only through the determination to fight and stamina in fighting in places such as the border area can the Red Army add to its arms and train up good men. The red flag has been kept flying in the border area for a whole year. It has incurred the bitter hatred of the landlord class of Hunan, Hebei, and Jiangxi and indeed of that of the whole country, but it is steadily raising the hopes of the workers, peasants, and soldiers in the surrounding provinces. Consider the soldiers. Because the warlords are making the bandit suppression campaign against the border area their major task and are issuing such statements as a year has been spent and $1 million used up in the effort to suppress the bandits, Wrtitings, or the Red Army has 20,000 men with 5,000 rifles, Wang Chun, the attention of their soldiers and disheartened junior officers is gradually turned towards us, and more of them will break away from the enemy to join our ranks, thus providing the Red Army with another source of recruitment. Besides, the fact that the red flag has never been lowered in the border area shows at once the strength of the Communist Party and the bankruptcy of the ruling classes, and this is of nationwide political significance. Therefore, we hold, as we have always held, that it is absolutely necessary and correct to build up and expand red political power in the middle section of the Losiao mountain range. The second anniversary of An Wuqing's martyrdom. 1929. Young communists and non-communists who have brought new blood and new spirit to the revolutionary ranks are precious people. Without them the ranks can never be expanded and the revolution can never be won. However, their weakness lies in a lack of experience, and experience comes only from personal participation in revolutionary struggles. The inexperienced can become experienced if they begin from the lowest level and work steadily without a grain of dishonesty for several years. On correcting mistaken ideas in the party. December 1929. There are various non-proletarian ideas in the Communist Party organization in the Fourth Red Army which greatly hinder the application of the party's correct line. Unless these ideas are thoroughly corrected, the Fourth Army cannot possibly shoulder the tasks assigned to it in China's great revolutionary struggle. The source of such incorrect ideas in this party organization lies, of course, in the fact that its basic units are composed largely of peasants and other elements of petty bourgeois origin, yet the failure of the party's leading bodies to wage a concerted and determined struggle against these incorrect ideas and to educate the members in the party's correct line is also an important cause of their existence and growth. In accordance with the spirit of the September letter of the Central Committee, this Congress hereby points out the manifestations of various non-proletarian ideas in the party organization in the Fourth Army, their sources and the methods of correcting them, and calls upon all comrades to eliminate them thoroughly. On the purely military viewpoint. The purely military viewpoint is very highly developed among a number of comrades in the Red Army. It manifests itself as follows. 1. These comrades regard military affairs and politics as opposed to each other and refuse to recognize that military affairs are only one means of accomplishing political tasks. Some even say, if you are good militarily, naturally you are good politically, if you are not good militarily, you cannot be any good politically. This is to go a step further and give military affairs a leading position over politics. 2. They think that the task of the Red Army, like that of the White Army, is merely to fight. They do not understand that the Chinese Red Army is an armed body for carrying out the political tasks of the revolution. Especially at present, the Red Army should certainly not confine itself to fighting. Besides fighting to destroy the enemy's military strength, it should shoulder such important tasks as doing propaganda among the masses, organizing the masses, arming them, helping them to establish revolutionary political power and setting up party organizations. The Red Army fights not merely for the sake of fighting but in order to conduct propaganda among the masses, organize them, arm them, and help them to establish revolutionary political power. Without these objectives, fighting loses its meaning and the Red Army loses the reason for its existence. 3. Hence, organizationally, these comrades subordinate the departments of the Red Army doing political work to those doing military work, and put forward the slogan, "Let Army headquarters handle outside matters." If allowed to develop, this idea would involve the danger of estrangement from the masses, control of the government by the army and departure from proletarian leadership. It would be to take the path of warlordism like the Kuomintang army. 4. At the same time, in propaganda work they overlook the importance of propaganda teams. On the question of mass organization, they neglect the organizing of soldiers' committees in the army and the organizing of the local workers and peasants. As a result, both propaganda and organizational work are abandoned. 5. They become conceited when a battle is won and dispirited when a battle is lost. 6. Selfish departmentalism. They think only of the Fourth Army and do not realize that it is an important task of the Red Army to arm the local masses. This is cliquism in a magnified form. 7. Unable to see beyond their limited environment in the Fourth Army, a few comrades believe that no other revolutionary forces exist. Hence their extreme addiction to the idea of conserving strength and avoiding action. This is a remnant of opportunism. 8. Some comrades, disregarding the subjective and objective conditions, suffer from the malady of revolutionary impetuosity. They will not take pains to do minute and detailed work among the masses, but, riddled with illusions, want only to do big things. This is a remnant of putschism. 1. The sources of the purely military viewpoint are 1. A low political level. From this flows the failure to recognize the role of political leadership in the army and to recognize that the Red Army and the White Army are fundamentally different. 2. The mentality of mercenaries. Many prisoners captured in past battles have joined the Red Army, and such elements bring with them a markedly mercenary outlook, thereby providing a basis in the lower ranks for the purely military viewpoint. 3. From the two preceding causes there arises a third, overconfidence in military strength and absence of confidence in the strength of the masses of the people. 4. The party's failure actively to attend to and discuss military work is also a reason for the emergence of the purely military viewpoint among a number of comrades. The methods of correction are as follows. 1. Raise the political level in the party by means of education, destroy the theoretical roots of the purely military viewpoint, and be clear on the fundamental difference between the Red Army and the White Army. At the same time, eliminate the remnants of opportunism and putschism and break down the selfish departmentalism of the Fourth Army. 2. Intensify the political training of officers and men and especially the education of ex-prisoners. At the same time, as far as possible let the local governments select workers and peasants experienced in struggle to join the Red Army, thus organizationally weakening or even eradicating the purely military viewpoint. 3. Arouse the local party organizations to criticize the party organizations in the Red Army and the organs of mass political power to criticize the Red Army itself, in order to influence the party organizations and the officers and men of the Red Army. 4. The party must actively attend to and discuss military work. All the work must be discussed and decided upon by the party before being carried out by the rank and file. 5. Draw up Red Army rules and regulations which clearly define its tasks, the relationship between its military and its political apparatus, the relationship between the Red Army and the masses of the people, and the powers and functions of the soldiers' committees and their relationship with the military and political organizations. On ultrademocracy. Since the Fourth Army of the Red Army accepted the directives of the Central Committee, there has been a great decrease in the manifestations of ultrademocracy. For example, party decisions are now carried out fairly well, and no longer does anyone bring up such erroneous demands as that the Red Army should apply democratic centralism from the bottom to the top or should let the lower levels discuss all problems first, and then let the higher levels decide. Actually, however, this decrease is only temporary and superficial and does not mean that ultra-democratic ideas have already been eliminated. In other words, ultra-democracy is still deep-rooted in the minds of many comrades. Witness the various expressions of reluctance to carry out party decisions. The methods of correction are as follows. 1. In the sphere of theory, destroy the roots of ultra-democracy. First, it should be pointed out that the danger of ultra-democracy lies in the fact that it damages or even completely wrecks the party organization and weakens or even completely undermines the party's fighting capacity, rendering the party incapable of fulfilling its fighting tasks and thereby causing the defeat of the revolution. Next, it should be pointed out that the source of ultra-democracy consists in the petty bourgeoisie's individualistic aversion to discipline. When this characteristic is brought into the party, it develops into ultra-democratic ideas politically and organizationally. These ideas are utterly incompatible with the fighting tasks of the proletariat. 2. In the sphere of organization, ensure democracy under centralized guidance. It should be done on the following lines. 1. The leading bodies of the party must give a correct line of guidance and kind solutions when problems arise, in order to establish themselves as centers of leadership. 2. The higher bodies must be familiar with the life of the masses and with the situation in the lower bodies so as to have an objective basis for correct guidance. 3. No party organization at any level should make casual decisions in solving problems. Once a decision is reached, it must be firmly carried out. 4. All decisions of any importance made by the party's higher bodies must be promptly transmitted to the lower bodies and the party rank and file. The method is to call meetings of activists or general membership meetings of the party branches or even of the columns too, when circumstances permit, and to assign people to make reports at such meetings. 5. The lower bodies of the party and the party rank and file must discuss the higher bodies' directives in detail in order to understand their meaning thoroughly and decide on the methods of carrying them out. On the disregard of organizational discipline. Disregard of organizational discipline in the party organization in the Fourth Army manifests itself as follows. A. Failure of the minority to submit to the majority. For example, when a minority finds its motion voted down, it does not sincerely carry out the party decisions. The methods of correction are as follows. 1. At meetings, all participants should be encouraged to voice their opinions as fully as possible. The rights and wrongs in any controversy should be clarified without compromise or glossing over. In order to reach a clear-cut conclusion, what cannot be settled at one meeting should be discussed at another, provided there is no interference with the work. 2. One requirement of party discipline is that the minority should submit to the majority. If the view of the minority has been rejected, it must support the decision passed by the majority. If necessary, it can bring up the maker for reconsideration at the next meeting, but apart from that it must not act against the decision in any way. B. Criticism made without regard to organizational discipline. One inter-party criticism is a weapon for strengthening the party organization and increasing its fighting capacity. In the party organization of the Red Army, however, criticism is not always of this character, and sometimes turns into personal attack. As a result, it damages the party organization as well as individuals. This is a manifestation of petty bourgeois individualism. The method of correction is to help party members understand that the purpose of criticism is to increase the party's fighting capacity in order to achieve victory in the class struggle and that it should not be used as a means of personal attack. Too many party members make their criticisms not inside, but outside, the party. The reason is that the general membership has not yet grasped the importance of the party organization, its meetings and so forth, and sees no difference between criticism inside and outside the organization. The method of correction is to educate party members so that they understand the importance of party organization and make their criticisms of party committees or comrades at party meetings. On absolute equalitarian. Absolute equalitarian became quite serious in the Red Army at one time. Here are some examples. On the matter of allowances to wounded soldiers, there were objections to differentiating between light and serious cases, and the demand was raised for equal allowances for all. When officers rode on horseback, it was regarded not as something necessary for performing their duties but as a sign of inequality. Absolutely equal distribution of supplies was demanded, and there was objection to somewhat larger allotments in special cases. In the hauling of rice, the demand was made that all should carry the same load on their backs, irrespective of age or physical condition. Equality was demanded in the allotment of billets, and the headquarters would be abused for occupying larger rooms. Equality was demanded in the assignment of fatigue duties, and there was unwillingness to do a little more than the next man. It even went so far that when there were 2 wounded men but only 1 stretcher, neither could be carried away because each refused to yield priority to the other. Absolute equalitarian, as shown in these examples, is still very serious among officers and soldiers of the Red Army. Absolute equalitarian, like ultra-democracy in political matters, is the product of a handicraft and small peasant economy, the only difference being that the one manifests itself in material affairs, while the other manifests itself in political affairs. The method of correction, we should point out that, before the abolition of capitalism, absolute equalitarian is a mere illusion of peasants and small proprietors, and that even under socialism there can be no absolute equality, for material things will then be distributed on the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his work as well as on that of meeting the needs of the work. The distribution of material things in the Red Army must be more or less equal, as in the case of equal pay for officers and men, because this is required by the present circumstances of the struggle. But absolute equalitarian beyond reason must be opposed because it is not required by the struggle, on the contrary, it hinders the struggle. On subjectivism. Subjectivism exists to a serious degree among some party members, causing great harm to the analysis of the political situation and the guidance of the work. The reason is that subjective analysis of a political situation and subjective guidance of work inevitably result either in opportunism or in putschism. As for subjective criticism, loose and groundless talk or suspiciousness, such practices inside the party often breed unprincipled disputes and undermine the party organization. Another point that should be mentioned in connection with inter-party criticism is that some comrades ignore the major issues and confine their attention to minor points when they make their criticism. They do not understand that the main task of criticism is to point out political and organizational mistakes. As to personal shortcomings, unless they are related to political and organizational mistakes, there is no need to be overcritical and to embarrass the comrades concerned. Moreover, once such criticism develops, there is the great danger that the party members will concentrate entirely on minor faults, and everyone will become timid and overcautious and forget the party's political tasks. The main method of correction is to educate party members so that a political and scientific spirit pervades their thinking and their party life. To this end we must, 1. Teach party members to apply the Marxist-Leninist method in analyzing a political situation and appraising the class forces, instead of making a subjective analysis and appraisal. 2. Direct the attention of party members to social and economic investigation and study, so as to determine the tactics of struggle and methods of work, and help comrades to understand that without investigation of actual conditions they will fall into the pit of fantasy and putschism. And 3. In inter-party criticism, guard against subjectivism, arbitrariness, and the vulgarization of criticism. Statements should be based on facts and criticism should center on politics. On individualism. The tendency towards individualism in the Red Army Party organization manifests itself as follows. 1. Retaliation. Some comrades, after being criticized inside the party by a soldier comrade, look for opportunities to retaliate outside the party, and one way is to beat or abuse the comrade in question. They also seek to retaliate within the party. You have criticized me at this meeting, so I'll find some way to pay you back at the next. Such retaliation arises from purely personal considerations, to the neglect of the interests of the class and of the party as a whole. Its target is not the enemy class, but individuals in our own ranks. It is a corrosive which weakens the organization and its fighting capacity. 2. Small group mentality. Some comrades consider only the interests of their own small group and ignore the general interest. Although on the surface this does not seem to be the pursuit of personal interests, in reality it exemplifies the narrowest individualism and has a strong corrosive and centrifugal effect. Small group mentality used to be rife in the Red Army, and although there has been some improvement as a result of criticism, there are still survivals and further effort is needed to overcome it. 3. The employee mentality. Some comrades do not understand that the party and the Red Army, of which they are members, are both instruments for carrying out the tasks of the revolution. They do not realize that they themselves are makers of the revolution, but think that their responsibility is merely to their individual superiors and not to the revolution. This passive mentality of an employee of the revolution is also a manifestation of individualism. It explains why there are not very many activists who work unconditionally for the revolution. Unless it is eliminated, the number of activists will not grow and the heavy burden of the revolution will remain on the shoulders of a small number of people, much to the detriment of the struggle. 4. Pleasure seeking. In the Red Army there are also quite a few people whose individualism finds expression in pleasure seeking. They always hope that their unit will march into big cities. They want to go there not to work but to enjoy themselves. The last thing they want is to work in the red areas where life is hard. 5. Passivity. Some comrades become passive and stop working whenever anything goes against their wishes. This is mainly due to lack of education, though sometimes it is also due to the leadership's improper conduct of affairs, assignment of work or enforcement of discipline. 6. The desire to leave the army. The number of people who ask for transfers from the Red Army to local work is on the increase. The reason for this does not lie entirely with the individuals but also with 1. The material hardships of life in the Red Army, 2. Exhaustion after long struggle, and 3. The leadership's improper conduct of affairs, assignment of work or enforcement of discipline. The method of correction is primarily to strengthen education so as to rectify individualism ideologically. Next, it is to conduct affairs, make assignments, and enforce discipline in a proper way. In addition, ways must be found to improve the material life of the Red Army, and every available opportunity must be utilized for rest and rehabilitation in order to improve material conditions. In our educational work we must explain that in its social origin individualism is a reflection within the party of petty bourgeois and bourgeois ideas. On the ideology of roving rebel bands. The political ideology of roving rebel bands has emerged in the Red Army because the proportion of vagabond elements is large and because there are great masses of vagabonds in China, especially in the southern provinces. This ideology manifests itself as follows: 1. Some people want to increase our political influence only by means of roving guerrilla actions, but are unwilling to increase it by undertaking the arduous task of building up base areas and establishing the people's political power. 2. In expanding the Red Army, some people follow the line of hiring men and buying horses and recruiting deserters and accepting mutineers. 3. Rather than the line of expanding the local Red Guards and the local troops and thus developing the main forces of the Red Army. 3. Some people lack the patience to carry on arduous struggles together with the masses, and only want to go to the big cities to eat and drink to their heart's content. All these manifestations of the ideology of roving rebels seriously hamper the Red Army in performing its proper tasks. Consequently, its eradication is an important objective in the ideological struggle within the Red Army Party organization. It must be understood that the ways of roving rebels of the Huangchao 4 or Lichuang 5 type are not permissible under present-day conditions. The methods of correction are as follows. 1. Intensify education, criticize incorrect ideas, and eradicate the ideology of roving rebel bands. 2. Intensify education among the basic sections of the Red Army and among recently recruited captives to counter the vagabond outlook. 3. Draw active workers and peasants experienced in struggle into the ranks of the Red Army so as to change its composition. 4. Create new units of the Red Army from among the masses of militant workers and peasants. On the remnants of Putschism. The party organization in the Red Army has already waged struggles against Putschism, but not yet to a sufficient extent. Therefore, remnants of this ideology still exist in the Red Army. Their manifestations are, 1. Blind action regardless of subjective and objective conditions, 2. Inadequate and irresolute application of the party's policies for the cities, 3. Slack military discipline, especially in moments of defeat, 4. Acts of house burning by some units, and 5. The practices of shooting deserters and of inflicting corporal punishment, both of which smack of Putschism. In its social origins, Putschism is a combination of lumpen proletarian and petty bourgeois ideology. The methods of correction are as follows. 1. Eradicate Putschism ideologically. 2. Correct Putschist behavior through rules, regulations, and policies.